the statements of the 4 accused officials against their managers. As a result, this case will not hold in court, so they advised us not to open this case. With regard to the consequence management and the disciplinary hearing against these 4 officials by the contractor, the process started immediately after the end or the finalization of their investigation report, which was on the 4th of September 2025. DCS therefore made an inquiry following the finalization of their investigation report on the 7th of October 2025 through a letter requesting progress into the disciplinary processes against the 4 officials. The contractor or G4S therefore gave a response that their investigation report was still with their legal representatives for assessment, and they requested an extension of 30 days for the assessment of the investigation report. And after 30 days, there was still no progress, and DCS made a follow-up again on the 20th of January 2026, which we were given the same retrogressive response from the contractor, and then we therefore took a decision to go ahead and put en route a memorandum to the National Commissioner to finally revoke the operating certificates of these officials, since we deemed it fit as a department that the contractor and its subcontractor G4S are playing games in trying to delay disciplining these officials. Can I have the next slide, please? The controller, DCS controller, issued the observation notices as instructed. They underwent the same processes of engagement as per contractual obligations between DCS controller and the G4S subcontractor. And it was processed, it was finally processed and submitted to the supervisory committee for adjudication. It should therefore be noted by this House that the observation notice against the unnatural death of Mpom Kombeni during the time of his death, the penalty thereof was 966,214, and this case will then be heard by the supervisory committee on the week of the 9th to the 13th of March 2026. Then with regard to the cancellation of the contract, it is common cause that DCS is currently in court undergoing legal processes with BCC and G4S. And we are still awaiting a notice of set down in the matter of the termination of the contract. However, DCS would like to reiterate that it has already started the processes of takeover, since The contract is coming to expiry on the 30th of June 2026. That will be the presentation from the department. Thank you, Chairperson.
That was the last presentation from our side, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Yo, I thought you were on the second last. I was expecting the last presentation on Goodwood, or perhaps what I wanted to hear on Goodwood, I did not hear it. So that's why I was expecting it. National Commissioner?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister. The Goodwood part was presented by Dr. Musoma in the first presentation. If I may, Honorable Chairperson, through your permission, just make a comment on the investigations with regards to the Western Cape to indicate that as a National Commissioner, I have considered the reports and I have come to a conclusion that the disciplinary processes or any other management improvement processes on the Western Cape should be managed from head office instead of it being done by the Western Cape itself. And then also, Honorable Chairperson, we have a short video on the arenas, on the escape of inmate Daba from the remand detention facility at Pollsmoor. I would request if the Honorable Chairperson allows that we just show it. It's very short. It will show why we had to get a team from head office to take over and stabilize RDF at Pollsmoor.
Actually, I would have requested you to do it for members,
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
because I have it, so let's play it for all members. And see, is there someone to take us through else, because of there is no audio?
I can do that, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay.
This shows the process when the inmates are going to court. All of them get out of those holding cells. They go to a verification point. If we can check, all of them go to the verification point to check fingerprints and that this is the correct inmate. And then we will see the one that escaped would not go to the verification point, showing that our officials were not alert, because he will just walk straight out instead of going to there he is walking out because he knows that he's impersonating another inmate. And if our officials were vigilant and they were making it a point that they check, he would not have escaped. And this was reported as an erroneous release. It was not an erroneous release. There was intention, there was motive, the inmate escaped. So that is the video, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, National Commissioner. In actual fact, the preliminary report that were given when we were at Pollsmoor, I think the last visit we had in Pollsmoor, when was it? Was it November? November, October, somewhere there. It's November last year, where a debate occurred whether it's an erroneous release or it's an escape. Now it is confirmed it's not an erroneous release, it is an escape, which officials would have played a role in it. Because of that's clear. But members will pick on that. DM, any inputs on the reports?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Really appreciate the presentation and also the recommendations. Chair, But critical, what the portfolio committee must pick up is that in terms of your recommendation, in terms of your oath warring and stuff, I think the oath warring management area, the portfolio will have a different view because we have full trust in the teams that are established by National Commissioner on investigation. Hence, the earlier to say who must come, who must not come, because some of the recommendations are saying we should be subjecting your AC, your area commissioner, your head of correctional center to disciplinary, and portfolio committee questioning them in here. It will be, I'm not sure whether it's interference or coming in before the actual process starts, but there is a way that you can put it. So I think that discretion of the National Commissioner, though he was a bit scared, I may put it like that, or diplomatic with the minister on how we navigate that, because it will be really interfering with the process of DC while you subject people to the normal DC processes internally. You bring them to portfolio, they must explain themselves. I think there is a thin lane where we're navigating on these matters, hence the recommendation that also the NC, some of the matters will be elevated to be dealt with by national office so that really these matters are clean and we deal with them in specified timelines. But also the negligence by our own officials, it's a matter that has come up strongly, but also the stabbing of our own officials by the members that are incarcerated. Those families, we issued some statement. It's quite bad. You know, when you go to work, you need to work in a safe environment. We know our environment is not that safe. I know chicks will come in, also those rights, but also we're being criticized by also communities, Minister, to say in a manner that those that has broken the law, suddenly they have all the rights in the world to be protected. And when they attack our officials, still our officials, because of the laws that we have, must undergo through that process. That balancing, I think it's a matter that has a portfolio, and also as elected into political office, we should be engaging also with our public to understand danger. Why give him a job that will make him access other areas? So those are the matters that we must balance so that the safety of our own officials and other inmates, it is paramount that the DCS provide. But Chair, the report is here. We'll hear from the members. That's my addition. Thank you.
Thank you. DM, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me link up with what the Deputy Minister said. I hope it is now clear that why the Area Commissioner and the HCC is not present. The cases are sub judice. You cannot expect officials who is under a disciplinary process to come in to the portfolio committee because they can incriminate themselves.
Order, Chair. Can the minister apologize first before making that point? Because he was unhunning here on cost containment and all other things. It seems that the truth have now come out. Instead of acknowledging that he was incorrect or he did not have information, he rather supports what the DM is saying. And all of us seated here that have raised issues were seen as if we are out of line. Can he just apologize for once, acknowledging his mistake and continue on what he's now writing on? Thank you, Chair.
I can't see. Sorry. Minister?
I don't see why I have to apologize, Honourable Chair. With great respect, there was a discussion, and I said from the start, if we want to go further with the subject, it is the prerogative of the National Commissioner. We heard what was said. I didn't speak to the National Commissioner before the time. I trust him. I have confidence in his decisions. But as I said, it is, I hope, now clear also, after the reports, why they are not here. And so I don't know what I have to apologize for. So let me continue. Honourable Chair, I want to say that it must be noted that over the 3 quarters of the 30 unnatural deaths, 5 were homicides, 50%, 15 were suicides. And then, of course, we also still have to wait for certain reports, autopsies and everything like that. I'm not going through each and every of the different places. What I want to say, Honourable Chair, is the Department of Correctional Services, and I said it when I became the Minister, we are not going to hide certain facts or information from the Portfolio Committee, or even the public. These reports are straightforward. It is also criticism on ourselves as officials and the department as such. We do not shy away from that. Those are realities, and therefore you can see that there are disciplinary actions taking place against officials. It is true, I said to the National Commissioner, sometimes these disciplinary actions are taking too long. I want finalization on the matters. It is part of consequence management, but we do have labor laws. We do have labor unions. And of course, we must comply to those rules. So from my side, I want to say that it is a straightforward, honest report. Even if you take, for instance, the matter of Pollsmoor, where officials were attacked by offenders. And you know, the term of minimum force is quite, it's a thin line. What is minimum force? And I've used the example before. I said, if I wake up in the middle of the night at 2 o'clock and there are offenders in my house, am I allowed to use my firearm or not? Must I first ask them, are you going to shoot me? Are you going to kill me and my family? What is minimum force? So it's not an easy way. I mean, the officials ended up in hospital. Yes, it's true. Certain standard operating procedures were not complied by, and it has been mentioned in these reports. And that is why there is also steps taken against the officials as far as that is concerned. Can I say, before I hand over to you further, Honourable Chair, and the Commissioner has also mentioned it yesterday with the media interview, we have a lot of problems in Western Cape. And we had a discussion, and he did announce it yesterday. I, as Minister, will appoint a commission, an independent commission, outside the department, to investigate these matters in the Western Cape, so that we can have an objective, can I say, objective outside report to see how we can fix these problems. As you've mentioned, the escape, clearly seen on the video, those things should not happen. And we want to see how we can improve, because, yes, the system determines that they must go for further verification. But now we've seen there's a gap in it. because the offender just walked through. And then my question is it possible that an official couldn't see that? That the person did not go for proper verification. And therefore, that official must also take those responsibilities. So from my side, Honourable Chair, that is from what I want to say at my input at this stage. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Minister, for your input in adding to the reports that was presented to us. Before I hand over to members for clarities and questions. We do note that when a matter is sub judice, you will not have those officials appearing in the portfolio committee. But what we need to concur with is that when we raise the matter of officials, head of centers and area commissioners, who were given an impression that it's on matters of cost containment. It was not on issues of them being implicated in the reports and with the recommendations that are saying they must be taken to disciplinary process. So those are two conflicting statements that you have brought to the portfolio committee, Minister and Deputy Minister, which are not coherent. So you are not saying, you are not speaking in unison. That's what we're picking up now. Because of the first argument that members made, including myself, was why the previous delegation that came to the portfolio committee had them, but this one does not have. So you should have stuck to one thing or responded to say, let's wait for the report. You will then understand why they're not here, rather than giving us a response to say, you are trying to mitigate the cost containment measures, that's why you are minimizing the delegation. And we can determine who must appear before the portfolio committee. That prerogative lies in the National Commissioner's office as he head administration. And we can't be seen as the portfolio committee wanting to take that power from the National Commissioner. And we will not do it either. So when we put an agenda item for DCS to appear before the portfolio committee, it's your determination, it's your prerogative who forms part of the delegation. All we want is that when our clarities and questions seeked, they should be responded to adequately by those officials responsible to. Hence, we didn't issue to say head of centers. So we took it from the delegation you would have brought previously. Hence, we asked. And welcome head of center of Goodwood for really coming through. Has the implicated officials already started the DC process? Has the DC process started? National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. No, it has not yet started. The reports were handed over the last week of January. And as I've indicated, we will take an external route with regards to those processes. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, NC. And we agree, Minister, that the disciplinary processes are taking way too long of the department. To an extent, they are even opening up gaps and loopholes in them. We do concur with you that once matters are before the DC, let the labor laws take its course, but they must be finalized. It can be an open-ended things. And we hope that even that process, when it starts, it will be a similar process. But let me give to members to engage on the reports and seek clarities and so forth and so on. Honorable Klote, you will start. Honorable Hendricks, you will follow. Honorable Sokopo, Honorable Niehaus, Babkasa, you will be the last one.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to greet the honorable members, delegations of DCS, the Deputy Minister and the Minister, and also the delegation of Chicks. Before I start indicating the reports, Honorable Chair, through you. Agbara Minister, the Kopek is audible. Zoals die voorzitter gesê het van die komitee, dit is die nasionale commissaris se verantwoordelikheid om af te vaardig watter delegasie.
Sorry, Chair, can you just speak closer to the mic, please?
Okay. Zoals die voorzitter al reeds gesê het, agbare minister, dis die nasionale commissaris se verantwoordelikheid om die delegasie te bring na die portfolio komitee toe. So ek wil net 'n byvoeging maak dat hier het aangehaal van die kostes aangaande die uitgawes wat die departement van korrektiewe dienste aangaan. Maar ek wil 'n voorbeeld bystel. As dit kom dat ek myself as 'n kosmaker en u is die skepper van die kos en dit moet gekom rapporteer word oor hoe die kos geskep word, dan moet ons altyd in ag neem dat elke official het 'n sekere rol wat hy of sy speel. En based op daarop is die komitee verantwoordelik om die departement verantwoordelik te hou. So ek dink net u moet dit in ag neem going forward. Let me come back to the presentations that was presented. On the investigation report, stepping of the officials and the death of the offender in Oudtshoorn. Post the incident, what was the area commissioner response to approving such a large delegation over the 2 days? What has been the recourse on a lapse of judgment? Can you explain this minimal use of force to the committee and how it is applied? Are officers trained to use minimal force? If so, at which stage this training covered? How can you tell that the official A has undergone training and it's therefore able to apply the force required, unlike official B, who might not have been undergone training? Which control failures, staffing supervision, access control or intelligence gathering directly enabled to the incident at Oudtshoorn, and which official level is accountable for each failure? On the Norris release report, at what exact point in the release process did the breakdown occur? Administrative verification systems, the integration, or human oversight? And who signed off the release? What is the standard operating procedure pertaining to the release of inmates? And what training do you provide to officials to oversee the smooth running at the process? Is this an isolated incident or indicative of systematic weakness in the offender management and release system, and how many similar incidents have been detected? On the investigation report, stepping of officials and the death of 3 inmates at Pollsmoor, how was the weapon introduced within the facility, and what does the reveal about the current search and contraband control measures? Was the emergency and medical response time compliant with the Department of Correctional Service standards, and what lessons have been identified to improve the inmate survival outcomes? The last question, Honorable Chair. Beyond disciplinary steps, what other structural interventions are being implemented to reduce the violent incident at Pollsmoor, given its persistent risk profile? And I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Klute. Honorable Hendricks.
Good morning again, Chair, honorable members, Minister, DM, NC, and your delegate, Cheeks, and everybody present. Mine, Chair, through you is a few comments. I also welcome the presentation and recommendation made by the TCS. My first one will be on the first presentation. We can all notice that the deaths are only going up. They are not coming down. Yes, and Minister, you said that 4 of those deaths were suicidal, and you gave us numbers. But the worrying fact is, these are people's lives, people's kids' lives, that is only increasing. Mangwawung, I see there's only 1 unnatural death. So I think somewhere we are outshined again by these triple Ps, Minister. So we can learn, I think we can learn a lot. I was in Kutama the other day and I saw wonders. Going to the second presentation, I think it's Simpiwe Kelisi, Chair. Now, as a former paramedic, I went through the presentation, I picked up that he complained, blah, blah, blah. The nurse was called, the nurse came, started resuscitation. Now, the whole protocol on responding to medical incidents, it was not explained to us, because to me, I would be asking, how severe was the patient? How far was the nurse? And when the nurse came, was he still alive or did he die before? But through my own experience, he passed on long before the nurse came there. So some of these protocols should really be looked into when it comes to emergency response, because there's many incidents where some of our guys, internal bleeding, will kill you if not responded in time. And there's some other medical cases also. With fast response, you get a good result, but seemingly the response in the TCS, with all these unnatural deaths, I would say that most we could have avoided, but we chose not to. Going to the Pollsmoor one, and this was a nice one because, Chair, we were all at Pollsmoor and we were lied to, NC. I'm happy that you have shown us the clip, because again, from experience, we can be 1,005 in a facility. Inmate A would know if inmate C, B, D, C, who's going to court, when and how. Even your officials, your unit managers. Let's start with the unit managers. Let's start with the cleaners. The cleaners would know who's going to court, because there's a certain preparation you have to take, going out of the cell, going to reception, blah, 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 blah. There's a long whole process. But I also appreciate some of the comments in the recommendations that are made, especially on training, because comparing Kutama with our TCS, you could see where NC, we are missing it. And I think the recommendation on training, and the lady was mentioning training and training, I think that should be our emphasis going forward, because 2026, we're no longer in 1994. We've passed the prison stage, we're in the correctional stage. And the sooner our officials of DCS going down, from management down, understands that we need to move and come to a correctional service away from prison. Because I know in prisoners, inmates used to die and it was normal TM. But we can't have a normal in 2026. So with that, Chair, thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Hendricks. Honorable Sokopa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, before I get into issues I want to raise, because the manner in which it was responded to crippled us to deal with the questions. I must raise it, Chair, here that I'm taken aback by the attitude of the minister. The arrogance presented or showed by the minister. And I am not saying he must change and realize and think that he must apologize. He have already made the point that he's not going to do it. And I'm fine with that. Although that I thought as an esteemed member of the House, when you have erred, you're supposed to acknowledge it. Apology is not to feel small, but to acknowledge a mistake that you have done. Because indeed, you have done a mistake. You have misled this committee. and state reasons why those people are not here. Him himself acknowledging that he was not briefed because he have not met the National Commissioner. That's why he don't know that actually they are not here for a reason. After you have boldly made that opening statement, it's only human to acknowledge that indeed I've made a mistake here, let's move. But to say you don't see a reason why you must apologize and continue, it's arrogance. And I had to say it here. Chair, it makes it difficult coming back to Otoren. It will make it difficult for us to engage on the report in any form. I hear the process of disciplinary hearing and what. These people are not here. We can't even ask on why did the AC allows, because the AC was present in Oton on the 6th of August. Why did she allow dogs in the cells? Why did she allow 92 SEPS people? And I can confirm, Chair, that SEPS were more than DCS. So it was no longer a joint thing, it was no longer a correctional service thing. It was a SEPS thing if there was 92, one cell, Chair, and I'm told this is one cell that was set, does not host 90 people. So we had more than 100 people that coming to have a search over 40 or 45 inmates. Be as that may, they were unable. First, they says there was an intelligence report that have informed that. There is no report that says from the AC and or the RC that this was the intelligence report. Our joint operation, this was the outcome of our joint operation. This is what we have achieved with having this process. Because when you do these searches for correctional service, I would make an example and I would assume that it was the same with the police. That those 92 police were not from Otoren. I know Otoren. I've worked in Otoren at correctional services. Those 92 police were not from Otoren. The EST that was there was not from Otoren, because we were told by the head of center that ESTs of Otoren are 8. So it means, and in that report at the time, Chair, we were told that the ESTs were the ESTs of the management area. So there was cost involved to have the joint operation. There is no outcome of the joint operation, and that is fruitless. Beyond that, Chair, the purpose of the joint operation was for contrabands. Nothing shows a register that these were the contrabands found. Actually, contrabands were used on the 7th. The very same contrabands that they were there looking for, they did not find because they were used the next day. You would go on, Chair, and go on. The report says it itself, but besides the report saying it itself, the investigation report, that they says they were 18 and it happens that they were not 18. The head of center, the AC confirmed that they were misleading us when they said they were 18. Indeed, they were not 18. Some of them would have gone to court and. Now, nobody's here to come and say, but this is what have happened. This is how we have done it. I hear, look, Deputy Minister, these reports are with those people that would have to be charged. So questioning this report to them would have not affected in any form their disciplinary process. Because whatever is here they are entitled to defend themselves. So them not being here, I don't think it's a good reason to say they are not here because there's nothing of such. They have the information. They will get it at any time. They will see how they answer themselves with those that's going to deal with. If one would have said, from my background, academic and political, that the people that are going to be part of the disciplinary hearing should not be here, that would have made sense. Because those then would have made a mistake to participate in this meeting and later be given a responsibility either to prosecute and or to chair the disciplinary hearing. That would have made sense. But not those that must come and answer. They still owes this committee answers on what took place there. That's the reason they are here. They still owe us answers to say what have happened for us to understand. We are all in good and in support on the approach that the National Commissioner have taken and the approach that the department is going to take. We're going to wait for the outcome like all other South Africans. So I just felt, Chair, I must raise that on also. I'm happy, Chair, and I don't know why, or maybe it was just to make a point, why the report still stated as erroneous. While months ago, it was proven that it is not erroneous, it is an escape. There's even a clip to show that it is an escape. And I thought that the report was not going to mislead us, it's going to say it as it is, that this is an escape. Because there is proof, we have all seen it. That is an escape. We can go into the SOPs of taking people to court and what. We have raised it in Pollsmoor, Chair, with the people that were deployed to come and stabilize Pollsmoor. We have raised it there, that we must just admit that it was negligence at its highest level. And I am even thinking that there is a video, and I see the video makes it clear. My thinking says somebody must have been seated behind a computer watching the video. What's the purpose of having cameras? There's somebody who mans the cameras. And this somebody who have manned the cameras did also not pick it up, because why do we have cameras and a person behind? Is to assist. But the person behind the cameras also did not assist, because it is now later picked up. It's as if it's a store. It's later now picked up. We were at Kutama, we were at Tanin, we have seen people working behind cameras, identifying that we are opening here, we are closing, this is what we see. And there's nothing to that effect. So Chair, that's where I am. On the Pollsmoor issue, Chair, we spoke about it, and I'm a weak fellow, Chair, because I struggle to repeat something that was discussed before. There was no telephones there. There were no two-way radios. The NC said it himself when he got there, he got to learn that that altercation happened for 15 to 20 minutes. I must say that those officials were strong, that they were 2 against those 3 people that were heavily armed. We would talk about how have you allowed somebody who's not a cleaner to be outside whilst everybody is locked up, because the one that used a different ablution facility was not a cleaner. You would ask yourself, Chair, with the intelligence of correctional service, the report states that somebody from a unit stabbed a few months ago an official to get a rank. He comes here by the RDs. This one must now be stripped off the ranks, given to this one. Now, myself, who have left correctional service 2004, so you don't even have to. It's now automatic that something is going to happen here. Who's going to allow his ranks to be just stripped off? Right? So it was just clear that something is going to happen, that This one who have done something very wrong for him to get the magunyas, as they call it, comes here and somebody is told, no, there's a new chief, there's a new sheriff in the house. And you expect, in terms of the prison system, you expect the other one to sit and says, I abide. Those that runs the RD supposed to know that we are in trouble here. I must also, because I've made this point after our Limpopo visit here, we understand that correctional service is understaffed. It has not been understaffed yesterday. It has even been understaffed when I was an employee of DCS. But the manner in which we handle that, because we can't just say we are understaffed, therefore these things must happen. The manner in which we deal with it, and I've made this an example in Limpopo. If a cell got 6 cells and you are 4, you are 3, then you open 2 cells, you give them exercise, you leave the rest locked. After 30 minutes or 40 minutes, because you will have to cut their exercise. After 30 or 40 minutes, you lock those ones in, you take out the other one, so that you are in a position to have control over them. There we had 2 officials looking after 331 inmates. But if you open all of those people to exercise at once, you are creating a problem. And nothing stops you to say, let's do them per cell, so that we have done it before. Myself, I have done it, because I've worked there. That now we are saying that also it depends on the time. After September, you know that problems are going to start till end of January. So as correctional officers, you become more awake to say, now we know that we're going to festive season. Some missed their home, want Christmas outside. Some knows that it's time for them to, that's when promotion comes in terms of generals and what, right? Now, correctional service, that's why you are not allowed to take leave unless that week you are given those that goes, depends on the division. Division 1 will be off for Christmas. Division 2 will be off for New Year. That's how we have been doing it. And in the process of doing that, we changed the way of doing things, because we know that we're going to have less officials left, because more than 40% of the officials will be gone for Christmas and the rest will be gone for New Year. So Chair, I don't know, and I see that for some reason, because Goodwood is closer. I'm sure even if Oton was closer, then the people of Oton would have been called in. Because I'm sure there is disciplinary hearings also coming on Goodwood. My question is, National Commissioner, and this comes to you. In Mangaung, because it's private, the department see it fit to that there must be criminal cases opened against those that have contributed to the loss of Mtombin. Is it Mkombin? Kumbin. Fine. And I think I support it. But I'm asking where you are as DCS. Is there any criminal cases opened against, because I have seen the pictures of the Goodwood inmate, right? I have listened to the report about how the Ochoren inmate died. Is there criminal cases open against them? Or was it just for the department fit to do it because Mangaung is a private prison, and when it comes to yourselves, you did not see any need to open criminal cases? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sokopo. Honorable Niehaus.
Yes, thank you, Chair. First of all, let me concur with what my colleague, the Honorable Sokopo, said about the arrogance of the manner in which the Minister responded here. Chair, this is all about communication. If it was indeed a situation that certain members should not come here because it is purported or understood by the department that they should not be here because of the sub judice rule. It should have been communicated to us. And then we could have debated that issue, whether it was valid or not valid to take that decision. I tend to agree with my colleague that it was probably not a valid decision, especially taking into consideration that the head of the Good Hope Correctional Services facility is now brought here. But Chair, to come and present to us a fallacious argument on the basis of not having consulted in advance with your National Commissioner, and then to have the arrogance when it is exposed to say that you will not apologize is astounding. But let me leave it there. I think the matter speaks for itself. I want to refer to the overall situation that we are faced with. Chair, the number of deaths, unnatural deaths in prison that we have in South Africa is entirely unacceptable. I've said so before, and I will repeat it again today, that in many other societies this would cause an outcry, and it is unfortunate that that outcry is not coming forth in the way that it should in our country. Even the manner in which the Department of Correctional Services deals with this issue concerns me, because I get the impression that this is simply dealt with as a statistic. I look at the reports that tell us there's a target of 0.032%, and then it is stated we've met that target. The simple truth is that any single one death that is unnatural in our prisons should be considered an outrage and unacceptable. Let me then deal with the issue of unnatural deaths with unknown circumstances, not knowing why this person died. Again, Chair, I've been on record as saying this is an unacceptable phrase. In this day and age, we must know why people passed on. And the science is there to know that. If for whatever reason it is not known, it shouldn't just be described as an unnatural death due to unknown causes. It must be an unnatural death under investigation until a final answer is found for every one of those deaths. Chair, let me then deal with the various reports that we have received. I must say that the report on Oudtshoorn is most disconcerting. It is evident that management is not in control of Oudtshoorn, and that very serious maladministration and crimes have been committed. It is difficult for us to judge at this stage the extent of this. And therefore, we must ask from the department that the disciplinary hearings that are being undertaken must be speeded up. And that we need, after this meeting, a full report on the outcomes of each one of those disciplinary hearings, what went wrong, and what disciplinary measures have been taken against the officials concerned, including also the senior officials in Oudtshoorn prison. With regards to Goodwood, it is clear, Chair, that there was undue force used, and in terms of the operation of the medical personnel, that they were in dereliction of their duties. Again, We need to speed up the disciplinary processes, and there must be consequences for those officials. Overall, in the Western Cape, it is a situation of serious concern. The statistics show us that the highest number of escapes happen here in the Western Cape. And the consequence of that, I can tell you now, Chair, is because there is corruption amongst the officials in the Department of Correctional Services. A case in point is the escape at Pollsmoor that we have belabored today already by many of my fellow colleagues. I think one thing we need to state categorically is that that was not an erroneous release, it was an escape, and it is evident to me that it was an escape with the assistance of officials. And that is the investigation that must take place. And the officials that were involved and responsible to allow that offender to escape must be brought to book. Chair, when we went to Pollsmoor, we were given the runaround. Not just in terms of what we see now on that video and stories about how the biometric system was not functioning, but there were also blatant lies about the availability of fingerprint ink, which showed from other fingerprints were taken on the same day that there was fingerprint ink available. So enough about the lies. These officials must be apprehended and held responsible. Overall, Chair, this does not sketch for us a very positive picture about what is happening in the Department of Correctional Services. I want to thank the Commissioner for the proactive steps, at least that he undertook at Mangaung Prison. I was impressed with the way that he intervened after, again, there was a whole bevy of lies being spun by those officials of G4 at Mangaung. Lies. But he probed through them. Now, my concern is, Chair, what are we doing now? I understand that we said the contract should be ended, but I also heard that it's not going to happen because of the fact that it is coming to an end just now. But criminal action should be taken against those officials. Because the fact that there's a contract does not absolve them from liability. And similar to what my colleague said earlier, where we take steps in certain instances, and Mangaung seemed to be one of them where it is happening, those criminal steps should be taken in other prisons where crime and murder had taken place. It should not be allowed to be covered up under a so-called official investigation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Niehaus. Babu Kasa.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with Goodwood report. Given that the root cause of deaths, suicides, homicides, and overdoses directly indicate a catastrophic failure to provide a safe and humane environment as mandated by the Constitution. Right. So what specific measurable, what specific immediate and measurable actions beyond strategic plan will be taken in the next 30 days to physically secure inmates from each other and from themselves. The data shows that of 88 officials charged over 3 years in connection with inmates' deaths, only 49 cases have been concluded, and 5 dismissals. Right. Does this pace an outcome of consequence management not create a culture of impunity? And what radical steps will be taken to ensure that disciplinary processes are swift, transparent, and sufficiently rigorous to act as a genuine deterrent? The presentation defers critical security upgrades in Goodwood Correctional Centre to 26-27 financial year. As inmates are dying now, what immediate procurement or budgetary procedures will be invoked to implement these life savings measures immediately, rather than subjecting them to standard fiscal cycling? I then come to the investigation report of unnatural death in custody for offender Mpho Mkhumbeni. Given the evidence of coordinated cover-ups and deliberate bypassing of state oversight, does this incident indicate that the triple P concession models inherently create conditions where contractors can operate as unaccountable sovereign entities within the state institution? And what immediate legislative mechanisms are needed to dismantle such autonomy? And then now come to the report of stabbing of officials and death of an offender in Osron. The report also confirms that management was aware of the high risk retaliation, yet willfully failed to activate critical emergency teams to ensure adequate staffing. And this represents a conscious managerial choice to accept preventable violence. Given that management foresaw the attack and chose inaction, at what point does criminal liability for culpable homicide, dereliction of duty extend beyond the direct assailants to the area commissioner and head of center? The investigation report, okay, I'm here. made this erroneous release of erroneous release of IT data. Right. How can the Department of Correctional Service ensure that biometric systems and identity verification protocols are maintained and functional at all times? And who is held directly accountable when they are not? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Babkasa. I thought you will further move on it.
I can still.
The erroneous release on Pollsmoor. But let me welcome the reports and the investigations report that we have received. And let's appreciate the team that has been deployed by the National Commissioner on the work that they've done. And to appreciate equally that they did not mislead the Portfolio Committee when we're in Pollsmoor, when what Honorable Niehaus was speaking to, that even in Pollsmoor we're being misled by the officials or the area management of Pollsmoor and officials there, whilst the investigating team was alluding to something else. It became a back and forth altercation that we had to cease at that particular moment regarding this. And it's when we're given an indication that on the 15th of December, we will get the reports on investigation. And still then, the management team and the officials in the facility, they were arguing a point that it's not an erroneous, it's not an escape, whilst the investigating team was saying it is an investigation based on their preliminary report. So I would want us to appreciate the work done and indeed confirming their preliminary stand and equally being corroborated by the video that we've just been shown. But taking from that erroneous release, interestingly, I would want us to understand where was the offender Michiza, who inmate Ndaba pretended to be. Agere Sia would have pretended to be Khomoto when he escaped the facility. So where is Khomoto? Because I thought Babkasa was going there. Where is offender Michiza? When inmate Daba pretended to be him. And did the investigation team interview him? Inmate Michiza? And does also the investigation implicate him on the escape of Daba? Is there any collaboration between the two? You pretend to be me to go out and, or if we do have Michiza in Pollsmoor, and if he was not interviewed or forming part of the investigation, why? Because if we can't just leave it at that Daba pretended to be Michiza, but Michiza is not brought into questioning on the matter. Do we have any changes that have been implemented since the incident on the erroneous release? And are they yielding results or are they being effective since those changes have been implemented? How do we control the movement of offenders between units in and out of the units to prevent cases of identity, impersonation, or mistaken identity? Similar instance of Michiza and Ndaba. If fingerprints training, it's a core issue that leads to erroneous releases, why are we not putting the fingerprint training as part of the program when we train officials, or the syllabus that the department has when it trains officials to join the department? Why are we not forming it part so that we are able to prevent this erroneous releases if there is such an instance? And the same question will go to the calculation of court dates and offender sentences, so that it then prevents us taking Ndaba to court when it's not Ndaba who's supposed to go to court, it's Michiza. And taking from what Honorable Niehaus would have alluded to or spoken to, that we were informed that that erroneous release is on the basis of ink. And I remember Honorable Hendricks argued to say, no, it can't be ink. There's no such a situation of ink when we're in Pollsmoor, to such an extent that we're even told that ink had to be brought from, I think, Toyondo, from Toyando to Pollsmoor, because there was no ink. And we're further told by the newly appointed area commissioner that there is a procurement of ink to be able to last. So where does the ink now come in? Why have we left the ink matter that were given to the portfolio committee? Were the portfolio committee being lied to about the ink issue? Because there, when we saw the video, there's nothing that talks to the ink. There's nothing that an official goes to the desk that needs to do the ink to be, there's nothing to it. So we've been lied to. And this seems to be a norm, National Commissioner, of your officials coming before the portfolio committee and lying to us. Something ought to be done because of the lying under oath. And we can't tolerate that. So I want to know, where is that ink matter? Ka Setswana gore e felletse kae taba ya ink? And the reason I'm saying this, that we're being lied to. The last time we were here, we were lied to as well on the Goodwood matter, that there are stretchers in all units, which was said here. I remember we're in this room, that there are stretchers in all units in Goodwood, which was a lie, National Commission. And I did indicate to you that we did an unannounced visit in Goodwood, myself and Honorable Engelbrecht, together with the team that supports my office. And when we got there, there's no such a thing. In actual fact, they were procuring stretchers. They gave an impression in the portfolio committee that stretchers have been procured, are there in all units. When we got there, they were only procuring stretchers. It was a memorandum of from one person to another signatures. There was only one stretcher that we saw and was based in the hospital. And which corroborated a question that a member asked on how Mr. Quinton in Goodwood was carried out of the cells through a blanket. Not a stretcher that we're lied to. So I'm basing this on a recurring officials coming before the portfolio committee and lying to the committee. On Goodwood, how many unnatural deaths have occurred over the past 3 years? And what patterns or recurring risk factors has the department identified? And what are the clear timelines for remedial actions at Goodwood Correctional Facility or management? And what indicators will the facility use to assess whether conditions are genuinely improving? Because I can tell you, after they left here, National Commissioner, they were not improving. I'm going to take you through what we found, which is another unnatural death. And I thought when we report on Goodwood, we'll include those two unnatural deaths, because when we came back, we equally reported to yourselves. And we even made a request that they must form part of the report when we appear to deal with unnatural death. I'm just shocked we've not gotten that presentation. That's why I said, perhaps I did not hear the Goodwood report, because I would have thought the consideration of the two inmates would equally form part. And that's why I was raising a worry. Why is the head of the center of Goodwood not in the meeting? And what accountability measures have been taken against the center management given repeated incidents? On Goodwood, Gershwin Mark and Warren Adonis. One passed on in the facility at the clinic or hospital. One passed on in hospital. And they were marked unnatural death. One was still going through investigations to determine the cause of death. And we had asked that you furnish the portfolio committee on after investigations. Are they still remaining unnatural or they are now natural? And when we got there, myself and Honorable Engelbrecht were given an indication that there was something that the inmates would have eaten, which caused or their tummy ache, and they complained about it. They went to the clinic, they were given some tablets, and obviously at night, the other one relapsed, then was taken out of the facility because of he started to vomit. Ultimately, that led to his death in the clinic. The other one was rushed to the hospital. The other one was attended. In actual fact, there were 3. The other one was attended, is okay. And the question we asked, was food tasted? 1. On that particular day, food was not tasted. We asked the clinic, had they taken the samples that ordinarily you must keep, either for 48 hours, if such an incident will occur, when members complain about tummy aches, especially after they've eaten. We're told, National Commissioner, that no food sample was taken for testing. So for them, they only take food for testing if whoever would have tasted food that day would have gotten sick. So if the head of center would have tasted and did not get sick, so there's no need to take the food, the samples for tasting. That's what they've given us. We asked them a question. You want a death before you can take food for testing, the samples for testing. So that's the situation of the 2 incidents and would require responses on them. How do you classify them now? Because of one of them, the death certificate did indicate unnatural and under investigation. Equally on Goodwood, when we were there on that unannounced. That's why I said when they left here, the situation did not become better, it became worse. There was a shooting incident of an official. One of the officials took a gun that he didn't sign for, went out with it and allegedly shot the girlfriend or the partner, something like that, and then turned the gun on himself. But the fortunate part is that he was rushed to hospital. I'm not sure whether he has recovered back, but those were allegations that we got. When we did that unannounced and got there and requested the registry, the gun registry, when Khomoto goes and picks up the gun, I sign. This time I picked it up, and when I return it, when my shifts end, I would sign and so forth. That official who allegedly would have taken that gun to go and do the deed that he did not sign for that. And in actual fact, when we got the National Commission, someone signed for him. And we asked who signed. They said, no, it's him who signed. We said, no, but let's see where he signs. Because of that was not the first time that he's given the authority of having a gun. The signatures of previously when he picked up are different from that signature. Then when we took the signatures when he reports when he's off duty and on incidents in the units, it's equally different from that signature. Until we called is it the manager or the supervisor who works in that unit on the registration did indicate that no, it's not him who signed. It's his supervisor that signed for him. And you know when that signature happened, National Commissioner? When immediately after the incident had happened. Say what, Minister? The incident, I said, when the signature happened, it happened immediately after the incident of the gun shooting would have occurred. Because remember, when that has happened, you need to go to the police, and there is that steps. We requested a report on that matter, because that's what we found with Honorable Engelbrecht and the team that supported us on that. So Goodwood facility did not improve, it worsened. On Oudtshoorn, taking from what Honorable Sokopo would have said on the huge delegation of SAPS, is it 92? What was the purpose of requiring such a large delegation from SAPS? And have we yielded the intention of that of seeking that large delegation? And what was the outcome of it? The presentation also equally made a mention of additional beefing up on the following day, immediately after the search, because of there would have been resistance that would have occurred on day one. Kindly take us through what additional beefing up took place. And how many offenders were detained at the A unit? And let's draw a disjuncture between those officials, those inmates, the number of those inmates, and the officials on the following day. How many were they? Because we're given an impression when we're at Oudtshoorn, when we did the oversight, that there was a beefing up after intelligence and so forth, which we don't even have that intelligence report that made that indication. But there was an alert to say something might happen on the next day. So let's give that indication between the ratio of inmate in A unit and officials. How many offenders were assaulted during the search when SAPS was involved and the following day? And when was the investigation concluded on Oudtshoorn? And do we have all the various incident reports being filed for each case of assault to date? If not, why? Post the incident, what was the area commissioner's response to approving such a large delegation over the 2 days? What has been the recourse of her lapse of judgment to have such a huge number of delegation? And I'm taking this from what Honorable Sokopo would have indicated. Slide 4, bullet point 1, you mentioned that despite the assault of offenders, no authorization of formal reporting for the use of force was submitted in line with the departmental prescripts. Would you say this was selective reporting or trying to cover up something of not mentioning the force? So those are my clarities and questions added to what members would have raised I don't want to say a lot about Mangaung. I've passed the stage of Mangaung. I'm just waiting for the department now to take over. Perhaps things would be better. But I do concur with Honorable Niehaus that we appreciate the swift response of the National Commissioner in attending to the matter, to equally exposing the criminal activities that are happening in that facility, which are considered. So we'll take a 10 minutes comfort break to give equally the department and the teams to be able to, because of it's a lot to take, and we are going to respond to them. Today there's no report that is coming or that we are going to send. We're going to attend to all questions and clarities that members would have sought. So we'll take a 10 minutes comfort break. At 12:40, we'll resume the session. Thank you. thing. We had posed questions and clarities. I think now it's time to get the responses. Minister and team.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me start with Honourable Klute, and I think we must understand clearly on terms of communication. Honourable Klute, Honourable Sekopo, and Honourable Nehaus referred to when we started. Honourable Klute said, aangaande die kostes. Ek gaan so 'n bietjie Afrikaans praat, agbare lid, die vraag in Afrikaans gevra. Toe ek die minister geword het van korrektiewe dienste, het ek met my eerste vergadering met die personeel van die hoofkantore vergadering gehad. En het ek die term gebruik van, dit is die klein jakkelsies wat die wingerde verwoes. It's the small foxes that is ruining the vineyards. Wat beteken dit? Dit beteken ons moet kyk na kostes. And what I then did, it's a policy approach, austerity measures to save money from the taxpayers. One, for instance, is in my department, even if you go overseas, myself as minister and anybody, you book a standard room in a hotel. Not an executive suite or something like that, a standard room. When I stayed in hotels, before I had a house in Pretoria, I stayed in a normal standard room. It's small amounts maybe, but if you add them up, it's a lot of money. The commissioner is looking, for instance, when it comes to travel. You sometimes have in a region 3 officials from a specific same place going to a specific visit, and each one is driving their own vehicles. They can use one vehicle. Part of those austerity measures, there are some others as well, is that I said we must look at the cost when we attend portfolio committees. And that's why I said, and I come back, and the Honourable Nehaus referred to, it's about communication. Listen very carefully what I said when I communicated. The Honourable Chair and people asked about the area commissioner and the head of the Correctional Centre, HCC. It was a discussion. And I presume that the portfolio committee is on record, so we can go and check. I then said, may I ask, I just want clarity. Why did I say I want that clarity? I said I want clarity because if it is that the portfolio committee requires that ACs and HCCs must attend, then we must then say so. And I said, because I said that to the National Commissioner that we must save money and we must look at the size of delegations coming to the portfolio committee. And can I add here, if I could have my will, I think Parliament should ensure that there's proper internet connections, that officials can stay in Pretoria and can communicate through the internet. We can save money. But then I said to the National Commissioner, we must save money. And I said, it's his prerogative. And I said it very clearly, it's his prerogative who he wants to bring to the portfolio committee. I never mentioned any facility why certain people were not here. It was these people who were mentioned, but now it is just assumed that I make apology for they not here because of cost. That's not what I said. I said I give the broad policy. How can I tell the National Commissioner which officials he wants to bring here? Because he knows which officials know the answers. And therefore, I said clearly, it's his prerogative. And it is his prerogative. I did say in the broader policy, he must try to make it as small as possible. And that's what I said. And I will not deviate from the austerity measures as far as that is concerned. I hope that brings more clarity in terms of that. I think a lot of questions are real technical issues. I can respond, but I will not respond because it is on for the National Commissioner and his team. Can I say we must just remember, and there was a referral, for instance, to a report that made certain statements, I think specifically when we talk about the Pollsmoor incident, it was a preliminary report. Now we received, and the Commissioner had said in January, we received the final reports. A preliminary report, of course, that's why you have a follow-up and a final report. And that's why we're also now going to start with the disciplinary actions. Can I say on that? It is quite disturbing what I heard from you, Honourable Chair, in terms of the incident from the official from Goodwood, who got a firearm and shot his girlfriend and himself, and the signatures. It's the first time I hear about it. And I can assure you, as far as I'm concerned, there are criminal charges that must take place because it's fraud with a very serious operational security matter, and that will be followed up. Explain of minimum force can be done, increase of deaths. We must learn from the triple Ps, Honourable Hendricks. He's not here anymore. Okay, but can I then just say, we must also remember the triple Ps, the two we have, they are modern facilities. They have very good technology. They are, in a certain from, besides one or two from our own facilities, of the best facilities. And their overcrowding is not that huge. I think in the case of Magaung, they have a capacity of 2,982, as far as I can remember. I think they're about 3,100 maybe at this moment. So it's much easier to facilitate that. I think a question on the dogs, and there were many questions on the fact that there were 94 SAPS members. It is in the report. And part of the report says that the area commissioner and the HCC must account to that, because they should have immediately asked questions. Why so many SAPS? Because it is in the report, and it will be followed up. Understaff, Honourable Sekopo, when you were in correctional services, you were also understaffed. I don't know when you were there, but I do believe you. But I think what must be remembered, when you were there, the number of inmates were much less. At the moment, we have more than 170,000. I don't know how many inmates were there. It's about the ratio, you will know. It's always about the ratio, officials' ratio to offenders. So that also plays a role. But yes, and you're correct, and I've referred to Westville, 4 wardens, more than 600 offenders there. Yes, they use it cell by cell, but still, it is a risk. It shouldn't be like that. But you're correct, as far as that is concerned. Yes, Honourable Niels, you refer to BCC, Magaung. The contract and the criminal action should be taken. That is exactly what is... besides if I misunderstood you, because there are criminal actions taken against those people accused. So it's in process. But you know that it is a problem when it comes to justice. Just looking at our remand detainees, and the number of that is a problem in itself. Chair, yourself, you're correct. You said in Pollsmoor it was firstly said, and I think someone else also mentioned it, it was said it was an erroneous release. Now it is clear it is an escape. And that's what I said when we saw the video. And I said, it is quite clear, and I said, I can't believe that there was not an official who could notice that the process is go and verify. But this guy slipped past. He didn't go there, and it shouldn't have happened. It's quite correct. And that is part of the report as well, when it comes to recommendations, that there will be steps taken against that. I also take note, Honourable Chair, and it's also disturbing, I have referred to your comments on the firearm incident, that you said officials lied to the committee. For me, that is serious. I can't remember it, but I do believe you, saying that there were stretchers in all units. And when you visited it, it's not there. It was only on procurement. That is misleading, and it is not acceptable. So I will follow up on those matters, because we cannot come here and try to mislead the honourable members, because if you mislead people here in this committee, it's as good as you mislead Parliament. And it's not acceptable. And that's why I'm very strict on it. Also, when honourable members ask questions to me as Minister, and I have to answer, if I get the wrong information, then there is a consequence for that specific official who gave the information. I have such a case. Luckily, we detected that it's incorrect information, and there's a disciplinary action against that person. So what I say is, and I said it many times, the portfolio committee members are the eyes and the ears. We both and we all have the interest of correctional services on our minds. And then we must identify the problems and see how we can deal it. And I will not tolerate any misinformation, wrong information. It's actually the same thing. Just now, I spoke to the National Commissioner, and we spoke about semantics, but the effect is still the same. So we will look at that. So from my side, Honourable Chair, I will concur with that, and I will, through you, refer the other questions, I suppose the Commissioner will answer. Thank you.
Dear?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let's appreciate all the questions and the input from the honourable members in all the presentations that were presented here. But also, Chair, the issues that have been raised, because most of the members, their issues are overlapping from one report to the other. But I think on the issues that has been raised in covering up of officials on issues, whether when there's death, whether it's that gun that has not been signed, a supervisor signs on behalf. I think administratively, those are the matters that the NC, working with the RCs, because some of the matters should have been cleaned by the RCs on your unannounced visit, running and making sure that maybe as they respond, they would give us what actions thereof, because some of the matters can't wait for HQ to be dealt with. At the level of the region, they should be clean. because signing for each other was just, I will cite one example here, Chair. After giving the minister the register and myself signing, I said to the NC, can you sign for yourself the portfolio committee register? You are here. Tell your office not to sign for you when you are here. So you see, it happens naturally. He's here, they've signed for him, but when anything happens, when you are in the line of duty, why didn't he sign? Why somebody PP'd for him when he was here? So I'm saying some of the things, they do them unconsciously so, or it's a norm, but these registers, they are so serious, they have a bearing on what we do on a day-to-day basis. I think I'm giving this example as one of the examples to say, people think signing for somebody, it's just a matter of passing a register in compliance, but it's a serious matter because some of these documents, they can be taken to level of court, they can be there to be part of the investigation, and we need to comply so that people don't backdate documents and sign them now by the relevant person. If they haven't signed, that report should be there. We don't condone what has happened, Chair. Then in terms of your issues of the use of blunt force and how medical emergency services did not respond in time. Your section 32, it talks about when there was a force use, mandatory medical treatment must be done. So I think there we've dropped the ball. Our officials have dropped the ball because section 32 of our Correctional Services Act, it says it governs the use of that force, but a minimum force in terms of your self-defense, protecting others, preventing escape, protecting property. The force must be minimum, authorized, with mandatory medical examination for prisoners involved. So where we are, we left them in their cells. And I think the report has elevated that matter, hence the recommendation to say our response turn around, because by the time they call a nurse, that person has been declared dead in that cell. So I think it's a matter that we should familiarize everybody who's in our facility in terms of the standard operating procedure. Because some of the skilled personnel like your nurses and doctors, some of them are not from the training college of our own as correctional services, if I'm correct. Some of them now we've advertised, your psychologists, your what, they haven't gone through that training. So I think that training, as they were saying, let's train them, so that they understand how you respond if there was such an incident, so that we curb this thing of not responding in time. And also the issues of the escape and the erroneous release, the minister has dealt with it because that video clearly shows. But I think the matter will be done in a manner that it touches everybody, your person behind the cameras that was monitoring the CCTV cameras, where is that, like they just said, where is the other person that they impersonate and so forth, because you can see that is a clearly orchestrated escape. But I'm happy that, Chair, it was, there was rearrest in terms of after 12 days. But also, the section 30 to 31 of Correctional Services Act, in terms of segregation, it was not used properly to segregate those gangsters, because your 26 were in one cell and all three of them, we knew what was going to happen. And I think that matter, in terms of segregation, we really dropped a ball, but it's a lesson for future, but the report also talked to that in how it was not dealt with, because whether people are coming from court to our facilities, the movements, Chair, you were talking about, taking them to court and back to court, when we receive that assessment of risk assessment and profiling of the gangs, they can't be treated as normal medium threat, but they should be classified as such as risk and be separated at that level. And I think there we've dropped that ball. And we must deal with that proper risk profiling And also to say Mangaung is better than our own DCS and Kutama, I disagree. Because there also, their numbers and a ratio of officers vis-à-vis the inmates, remember there's no overcrowding, there's nothing. And how they use segregation when somebody has done something, they are doing it. But also ours, when court ends and they are sent to our facility, you've just been in Polokwane, I was with you. They were packed in one cell, full to capacity, and DCS can choose after the court has said, go to Polokwane Correctional Facility, same year, but also because it's a remand detention facility. Those RDs, hence those engagement with the minister and the committee that sits to deal with those that must go for bail application, Section 49, should be an ongoing thing so that we deal with it in terms of reducing those numbers. And then on the unnatural death, and the investigation, I think the recommendations, they are clear, but adhering to the timelines and dealing with these matters, Chair, I think I agree with you. On other issues of technical, I think they should be, the NC and the team will deal with such matters, but it's a harsh lesson to us that subs can never overpower us in our own facilities. And that is why they were refusing to be searched by subs. And in our report, there's nowhere it says what happened to the subs. It talks about only DCS officials that has contravened the laws. So that balancing, we must find it as correctional services. Thank you very much. But the cases have been opened. Not that we're opening cases against Mangaung. The report here says there's criminal cases, others, there's an inquest in terms of the death that has been opened with SAPS. And here the report has said somewhere the National Prosecuting Authority said, is it a prosecutable case or not? They weighed it in terms of misleading and tampering with the sin. It's not, then they throw it out. But where there's prima facie evidence, those matters are before SAPS and investigation. It's not that we open cases as DCS when it's a private, like your Kutama and Mangaung, but when it's us, we cover each other. We are calling on all our officials to shy away from covering for these cases and any other matter, to work according to the prescripts of the law and how they must conduct their work in terms of that. That is why you've got so many people that were brought to book in terms of the cases against them, in terms of the unnatural deaths of offenders. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, dear. National Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Minister and Deputy Minister. Honorable Chairperson, I am not going to be long-winded. Just two matters. The first one is the issue of the risk of suicides that was reported in the first report. We accept that we really need to pay more attention to those, in as much as the victims would be mental health care inmates. We need to ensure that we pay more attention to them. In some instances, we actually do not isolate them. We put them in the cells with other inmates so that at least there's someone around who can raise an alarm immediately if something goes wrong. And then the issue of the erroneous release report, the investigation was on an erroneous release. The outcome then is that it was actually an escape. So so the investigation was on an erroneous release. So those are the two issues for me. Honorable Chairperson. The specifics, I will request that the Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable members allow us to answer them as per the order of the presentations. And where there are specifics, the officials have noted. And then the last one, before I forget, Honorable Chairperson, with regards to Mangaung, the 6 months towards the takeover started in the month of January. So the initiation meeting was arranged between the temporary management, the advocate Mashangu, who's the director responsible for contract management, and the representative of the department, and also Mangaung or G4S, to kickstart the process, to put it on record that the 6 months towards takeover has started, and that we need to work together towards the end of that 6 months and the ultimate takeover. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Who's coming in?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner. I'm going to respond on the presentation on unnatural deaths. There was a reference made to slide number 17 and 18, which talks to consequence management. The number of dismissals there that were mentioned in slide 17, they are linked to the 7 finalized cases, which are additional from the previous financial year. So on that particular 7, the presentation seeks to indicate from that 7 that there were 5 dismissals. However, if we look at slide number 18, where all the cases are then detailed, we'll see there that we have about 9 dismissals out of the 88 officials that were charged. And further to that, maybe it's also important to highlight that the bigger part of that pie chart indicate the acquittals, which are about 20. And this actually merely indicates the lack of evidence that couldn't be found during the time of investigation. Thank you, Chair.
NC, I think you need to assist us with the sequence of who comes in after, and so that we're able to get all the responses. My questions, none has been responded to, and I'm sure even members, some of their questions have not been responded to.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We will now take the answers from the investigation team on the Western Cape. And then after that, the head of center for Oudtshoorn will then deal with the issues that were raised by the Honorable Chairperson, the 2 cases of
It's Goodwood.
Goodwood, sorry. Yes, the 2 cases and also the shooting incident. On Mangaung, we have Mr. Mashabataka and Advocate Mashangu. They will be the last ones to provide responses. So now I will request that we give the opportunity to the investigation team on the Western Cape.
Thank you, National Commissioner. Chairperson, I think there was a question around the use of force as it's supposed to be in terms of Section 32 of the Act. And one of the question was, how is this force applied? And in one of our findings, we have said, despite the fact that the HCC and the AC were present, there was never an application for the use of force. Now, the SOP dictates that the use of force must be authorized in writing by the head of the center. And in these instances, the only request or an application that was made for the use of force was an application that was made by a certain official, Mr. Perry. And Mr. Perry was making an application for using the gun for a tear gas. Remember, at some point, we did express that the inmates barricaded the cell using the beds, and it necessitated that tear gas should be dispatched so that they can, and we even spoke about the policy that exists, that beds must be mounted on the floor. That's the only application for the use of force that was before us. And that was approved by the head of center, let alone, and that was on the 7th, let alone that there was force used on the 6th, which was not authorized by either the ACC nor the AC. Now, the Act further tells us at what point is force applied, in defense of officials or other inmates, in defense of the state property, in self-defense, and those are and it is always a last resort, the use of force. We spoke about the use of force register that had inaccuracies or discrepancies. So the register will have to specify how many officials, how many inmates were assaulted in line with the minimum, in line with the resolution, the act. In this instance, we had inmates that were inserted or incorporated in the register who were not necessarily assaulted, but who were bitten by dogs. The second, one of the columns there will have to specify what equipment was used in the applying of that particular force. The register stipulates that it was Tonfa, let alone that the other two were not necessarily, assaulted using Tonfas. But where we are saying it was cooked to perhaps conceal that there was involvement of officials is where the register specifies that a Tonfa was used, but on the column of who then used the Tonfa, there were no names of officials. So we had a probable reason to believe that even register was being doctored and it was delivered. Hence, one of the recommendations is that that official who was responsible for the use of force must be subjected also to a formal process. But there was also a question from the Honorable Sokopa around the response in terms of Simpiwe Celise. When the person was on standby, the sister was on standby, was called. He stays at the terrain. He responded promptly. He was there within 5 minutes. But like we have said, and we are concurring with you, it was too late. Remember, Simpiwe Celise had sustained injuries during the course of the day, throughout the day. Hence, somewhere we are saying there were times where he was being, they could not take him out. They did not take him out from the wheelchair. Hence, our question is, your healthcare policy processes or protocols will dictate that the person must be taken out. You must also understand why is he not moving from the wheelchair, and check what, because that was as a result of what was contained in the report about the marks, in his bags, and they could not pick those things up. despite the fact that he was there from 10 o'clock, went back to the single cells around 2 o'clock. I'm trying not to be, I'll try to get exact times, Chairperson, so that I'm not accused of misleading the committee. So these are the two from my side that I've captured, but we are a team here. Mr. Mashaba is here, Mr. Nkosi is also here. But you also asked how many, we have a total number of 8 officials, offenders that were assaulted. And we have a reason to believe that there is more. But we could not get to all of them. Some of them were not, prepared to give us statements. Some, we only interviewed them because one of the offenders told us that so-and-so was also assaulted. Then we could then solicit deposed statements from those ones. For now, I'll pause. Thank you, Chair.
Before you MC, before he pauses, how many offenders were detained in A unit? And what was the ratio between that number of those who were detained in A unit and the officials?
We will try, Chair, to get the exact numbers. But when the joint operation, I also wanted to make and rectify that. They were not searching one cell. They were searching 2 units which have different cells. For example, I think Unit A had cell number 1 to cell 9, if not 8. So they were not necessarily searching, because I've had a sentiment that there were too many just to go and search one cell. No, it was not one cell, it was 2 units divided in a number of cells. But we'll do the number crunching so that we can give you the exact numbers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Chairperson.
No, Honorable Chairperson, I was going to say that the members of the investigation team should be able to provide more details, not only to focus on Mr. Kwambe. There's Mr. Nkosi, there's also Mr. Mashaba.
Mr. Nkosi is coming on what? Still on Oteran or on?
Pollsmoor.
Investigations, Pollsmoor, and the stabilization of Pollsmoor,
Okay,
and Mr. Mashaba,
okay,
and Mr. Mafokate. For instance, the issue of training, they will be able to talk to it,
okay.
of the officials at remand.
So now we're dealing with Pollsmoor.
Yes.
The stabbing incident, including the escape.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, honorable members. Thanks, Minister, the DM, the National Commissioner. I will start with the erroneous release at Pollsmoor RDF. The chairperson has asked about Mchiza. Where was Mchiza? Mchiza, and what we have discovered is that Mchiza and Daba were not sleeping in one unit. They were not staying in one unit. The investigation didn't pick up friendship or collaborations between the two. I pick up collaboration between the two, between Daba and Mchiza. Mchiza was at the center when Daba went out of the unit to the reception to the court. What we have discovered is that when the officials called the name Mchiza to go to court, there was no response. Mchiza couldn't respond. And when they went to Daba's unit, also they called the name Mchiza and couldn't respond. No one could respond. And then Daba then capitalized on that. And then he responded on the name of Mchiza. Then he was taken out from the unit to the reception area where he bypassed the verification system. The only measure that was there that day in terms of verification of inmates for court was the photo identification. We have seen that Daba bypassed that system. And the error as per the presentation was only discovered on the 18th of September when the center was doing a roll call, comparing physical warrant and also physical inmates. And then Daba was rearrested on the 21st. Mchiza was then released on the 18th of September 2025 as per the court decision. When Daba, Chairperson, is critical to mention, when Daba went to court on the name of Mchiza, he misrepresented himself before the magistrate, and then the case on Mchiza was now addressed on the presence of Daba, and the magistrate stood down the case or suspended the case. Then Daba was released on the name of Mchiza. Then after the center has established that or found out the error, then the center went out to look for Daba, and he was arrested on the 21st. And then Mchiza, when the fault was found on the 18th, he was released as per the court. And then we as the investigation team, we tried to establish the whereabouts of Mchiza in order to give a statement, and we couldn't find him because he has already been released on the 18th of September. And then in terms of other matters, the cases have been open, as the DMS alluded, Chairperson. I think from the odds warrant side, in terms of erroneous release, that was that. And on the stepping for Pollsmoor, we don't have any, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Babunkosi Siyabonga, what a
Thanks.
coincidence. That mistakenly goes to court with a name that is not his, impersonating someone else, get to court, and then that person is released. And then he goes out. There's just too much, yeah, there is coordination between our officials, including the justice officials. There's no way. So if Mchiza, what do we need to make a distinction or find out? Whether Mchiza was appearing to court for the first time. If he was not appearing for the first time, then it means the magistrate and the prosecutors would be able to make a distinction or determination to say, but you are not Tobachali. The Tobachali that appeared before us 2 months back is this way, you are not. If it is for the first time, then perhaps. But if it's not, then there's too much collaboration in this instance. There's no way someone can decide to impersonate someone else knowing that when he goes to court, he will not come back, is going to be released. There's no way. One thing I have, since I've been in this portfolio committee, actually, since the 7th administration, correctional has no longer parted with part of justice. And the concentration was on correctional. I've learned that inmates are extremely intelligent. And there's too much plotting that happens in facilities, to such an extent that you get to be amazed by how much they are able to maneuver a system whilst they're inside. So perhaps the investigation team, NC, need to go back and just to make a distinction whether Mchiza was appearing for the first time in court. If it was for the first time, then we would say perhaps it's a coincidence. But if it's not, there's too much on this. So I'm not sure who's coming on Pollsmoor again.
Okay. No. Thanks, Chairperson, parliamentarian members, Minister, National Commissioner, and colleagues. I will respond as part of the leadership of the investigation and as an intervention team, I'll try to respond to some of the questions that were raised in relation to RDF. There was a question that was raised here on the issue of the control of the contraband. What is it, the intervention that we have come out with? We once raised the issue, the challenge of RDF. What we have done on the issue of controlling the violence or anything in relation to contraband and all that. Firstly, we separated the youth and the adult in RDF. Secondly, what we have done, we changed the manner of running visit in RDF. Initially, what was happening, any day there was a quota, a number to say per day, these are the number of inmates that's supposed to be visited. But what we have done when we intervened there, we separated according to the units to say D unit supposed to have a visit on a specific date. In other words, it's a control so that those inmates, because they are using during visit to have their meetings. We have done that even to consultation at hospital. We have done that even during shop. Those are the intervention that makes it. If you can check now, even the assault of inmates over inmates is reduced more than 50% in RDF because they are failing to operate. But then there is a question that keeps on coming, the issue of ink. Chairperson, on the issue of the escape, on that day, they were not using fingerprint. We have said initially, biometric fingerprint and ink was not used for more than a year at RDF. I still insist, I'm still standing on that one. There was no ink, and biometric fingerprint was not working. Court list. Yes, we joined the department in 1987, court lists were there, but they were not used, those court lists at RDF. Now, what is happening, maybe it will touch the issue from Chiza. Immediately after the court 9 o'clock, all the court lists of the following day, they went to the unit. They start to take out inmates that are going to the court the following day. It was not happening like that. Now, how it plays a role, immediately they take them to the court list. That means it's rare where you find an inmate that is not going to the court that will find on the court list and can be taken to those cages that we have seen on the video. Initially, what was happening, the inmates were informing the officials in the unit to say, I'm going to the court tomorrow, not using the court list. Now, on the day of the escape, just to touch the issue of Mchiza, when they were going to the official, not to say they were going there to take fingerprint, they were using a picture to say Mashaba, then they look at the picture of Mashaba in the system to say, are you look the same? Then they say, go with you. There was an issue to say biometric fingerprint was working. We have said no. It's us who have record all the 3,030, if I'm not mistaken now, all the inmates in RDF that are on biometric fingerprint. In other words, there is no need now of the fingerprint because of the fingerprint ink. Because once you put on your biometric fingerprint, it will tell to say, you are Mashaba, you're supposed to go today at the court. It was not happening like that. That was the loophole. The issue to say there was an ink, There was no ink. The first ink that was there, it comes with us. We requested it in Toyando. After that, we are using petty cash. There is ink now in RDF. Then what we have done, Mr. Mafukata, because is a qualified trainer, we have arranged that all the officials, not of RDF, but of Pollsmoor, to undergo a training of calculation of sentences. That means all the officials of Pollsmoor at this present moment, they were trained on the issue of fingerprint. Let me clarify the issue of a ratio. According to policies, it says 1:30. On the third day of the stabbing, I'm subject to be corrected if I'm messing up. On the day of the stabbing, the inmates were outside in D3. There were 7, vis-a-vis 2 officials. While I'm dealing with this matter, I'll touch the issue of no phone and no radio. What happened on that day, the 2 officials, there were supposed to be 4, they've locked all the inmates. Only 7 inmates were outside on that specific date. Yes, it's true, there is no telephone, but radio is available in RDF. The help of the officials, when the 2 officials were out on specific operation, one, fortunately, he was with Mr. Mafukata next to me, move out of the unit and left only 2 officials. And the ratio says 1:30. That means the 2 officials on the 7th, it's just an incident that happened on that specific date. When he comes back, he's the one who used the radio to call an assistant from the other officials. I'm just clarifying the issue to say there were no radio available on that issue. I've touched the issue of biometric fingerprint to say almost all the inmates at this present moment, all 3,020 inmates are already on the biometric fingerprint. There were a lot of intervention that we have done, that the mistakes that had happened, we have tried to intervene to say they must not happen again. I cannot go. Then to touch the issue of the gangsterism. When you check the setup in Western Cape, the only gangsters that are not in Western Cape, there are 2. It's Big 5 and Air Force. It depends, Air Force 1 and Air Force 3. These are the only 2 gangsters that are not operating in Western Cape. But the most gangsters that are operating is the 26, 27, and 28. But let us look the reality what is happening. To answer the issue to say, we're aware to say there is a general. Yes, how many generals are there in RDF only? It's not only one in one organization. When you check what is happening about the street gangs, terrible josters, they align to 28 gang. No matter what, if you are a terrible joster, you are aligned to gang 28. Mobsters are at 28 again. So what is happening?
What is terrible justice?
Oh, okay. Terrible josters is the street gang that is operating within Western Cape. What is happening in prison at this present moment, they are the traditional gangsters, the 28, the 26, the 27 in Western Cape. There are only 3. Outside, we do have the street gangs, the terrible josters, all the powerful gangsters. But these gangsters, when they come in, they must align within these 3 gangsters for the survival, because those people who are controlling, the prison is run by the traditional gangsters, but they do have power. Then the mobsters are 28. There is only one gangster, the most dangerous one. They call them Black Axe. Neo Black Movement of Africa. This gangster is not aligned to any of the 26, 28, and 27. And these are the most dangerous ones because they deal with cybercrime. And with our sisters, they deal with the ladies of the country, the ladies of the department, and cybercrime. What is it about them? Why I'm mentioning them? This is the gangster that they don't eat prison food. It's run by the Nigerian syndicate. Now, when we come with all these interventions, we've managed to come with all these interventions. But what is happening about them? If ever they are saying they are not eating prison food, what we have done, we have come out with a control measure to say there is no official who move out of the gate without our approval. There is a slip that we have created so that they must not go at the back of Pollsmoor where there is Woolworths and all those things, because the chicken of Woolworths is 500 rand, whereas they are buying it, especially on Sunday, is 100 and something rand too. So we have come with that. But now, what is it that is happening?
You also know the specials that the
Yes.
mashup.
To manage them, we need to know the special.
No, I can see.
So what is happening now is this. When we come with all these control measures, every officials of RDF is having ukudla kwakhe, iskaftin. Are these officials that food belongs to them? We have addressed them to say, we are aware that this food is not yours. But you are coming with your own Tupperware, you are saying, this is my food. Can we say they must not get in? That is why I had an appointment with the AC, and we have agreed 100% to say we need to create a dining hall so that it will be easier for us, for me now, to say no one must get in even with food. Because there is a dining hall, there is a fridge in dining hall, there are lockers. Then what is it that you're supposed to get in? Nothing. But at this present moment, you can't come with these hard control measures, whereas your house is dirty. Labor will attack us, and we're going to lose the case. So what I'm trying to raise about this, I haven't mentioned all of them, but what I'm trying to say is to say we are aware the operation of Pollsmoor 100%. The gangsters that are there, the generals that are there, we know them. But the honest truth is that in 28, you cannot find in RDF one general. They've agreed who can take control, but they have their own setup. There is an issue that is raised about Keegan Miller around here. To say he has stabbed an official, yes, it's true. Keegan Miller stabbed an SCO. Automatically, Keegan Miller is a juvenile of 23 years. Keegan Miller, he claims now, at this present moment, to say, I'm the general, I've taken the blood of an officer in the Department of Correctional Service. Now, the other gangs now, they dispute to say, you are not a general, you are too young to be a general. What happened? We have pushed to say Keegan Miller must move out of RDF. It's our intervention, because it's going to cause havoc, because the gang leaders are not controlled. Here's the other trick. The issue of use of force, the line that we're drawing in the use of force, is very problematic. I want to talk as an intervention team. Here's an issue. When these officials, they've said it took about 20 minutes to stab them, what force are you supposed to use outside with the minister? If you are under attack, what is it that you're supposed to do? So I can just end up there, but any question, I think, in relation to RDF, I can answer it. Thank you.
I think we need a whole day with you. Yeah, we need a whole day with you. I think we just need just to understand all these operations, and so that we equally speak on an informed basis. Don't make insinuations or things that we might be getting, but not equally informed. Because of now, I thought it's 26 and 28, there's 27, there's what? There's neo, what now? There's just a lot that is happening in correctional facilities that we know, but we don't actually know what's going on. But I would like us to pause here and just quickly break for lunch. So we should be back here by 2:15. The lunch will be quick. If I would say 15 minutes, or if it was possible for us to do a working lunch, I would suggest that, but it's not. So I would request we pause 30 minutes. It's 2:45. Kindly let's be back at 2:15 so that we can then continue where we would have left off with questions. For now, the meeting is not adjourned. We're pausing. Lunch is at the dining hall. Thank you. Okay, the RC and NC. You are done. We can then proceed. Okay, we don't have any new person that joined, ne? Okay, oh, the only new person that has joined is the head of Goodwood. But we did acknowledge and introduce him. The members are still intact. I think Hendricks might still be, where is Hendricks then? Went to the office quickly. Oh, he went to the office quickly, he's coming back. When we adjourned for lunch, we had just received the Pollsmoor report. Do we still have more on Pollsmoor? I know you mentioned 2 NC. You were going to come on the trainings and so forth and so on. Yes. We were traumatized before lunch on the gangs and everything. So let's now deal with trainings and leave the gangs.
Thank you and good afternoon to Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, members of the Portfolio Committee, and official from GICS. Yes, indeed, I've conducted training with regard to admission and release of inmates in Pollsmoor. But what I've picked up while I was doing training is that indeed our officials was not good with regard to calculation of sentence and how to conduct exit interview. I didn't conduct one training. I also conduct a training with regard to disciplinary procedure of remand detainees. Why that training? We pick up during November, that when we're doing the statistics that there's no reporting at RDF with regard to statistics of inmates who have been disciplined. When we asked the officials with Director Mashaba, they indicated that they are afraid of gangsters. Because Director Mashaba touched the issue of gangsters in Pollsmoor RDF. Indeed, Pollsmoor RDF have got a lot of high-profile inmates, and they are not too active in traditional gangsterism. There is a lot of street gangs that we have learned when we come this side. It's not only terrible Justas and mobster and fancy boys. We also have the Americans, hard livings, the Boko Harams, the junky funky kids, IGBs, and the Black X, which are more active than the traditional gangs. But all these gangs are also aligned to the traditional gangs. I've trained 9 officials with regard to the smart processes of these inmates. We have disciplined the active gang inmates who contravene Section 23 of Correctional Service Act 111 of 1998 as amended by taking visit away from them, also taking shop away from them for the period of 30 days. There was also a question that was raised with regard to the contraband that were confiscated that are still inside the center. Yes, we have done a lot of searching during a festive season. It was also a concern to us as an establishment team with the number of contrabands that were confiscated inside the center, especially sharp objects.
But when you go deep, Chairperson, at Pollsmoor, there's plus or minus 300 daily movements to court. 300 daily movements to court. If you check on Mondays, if 300 inmates goes to court in the morning, possibility high that you will admit 350 or 400. And they will come between 4 and 6 o'clock. So that time there's a lot of inmates that comes back from court they conceal these knives within their body cavities. And we have also recommended to the National Commissioner that there is a need to buy this scanner because they conceal these knives within the body cavities. So we recommend that there is a need for the department to have a high caliber scanners that will also assist us when we are conducting this searching. What we have also done is that with regard to use of force, we have also developed a security establishment plan at the center that we discuss it almost on daily basis during the morning briefing session, where we share important points with officials. And there's a lot of improvement. Currently, the center is stable, even though there is still a challenge of inmates offender ratio. At the centers, within the units, you'll find that 1 inmate is to 30, but currently 1 inmate is to 70. Currently 1 inmate is to 70, but on Friday, when other officials are off duty, you'll find that 1 inmate is close to 100, which is also a challenge. Hence, we try to open, not by units, we open by floors. Instead of opening unit by unit, we take all officials from the same units. We said, let's open floor by floor for security reasons. The other challenge that we have also discovered, but it is submitted to the National Commissioner, is the matter of post-establishment, which is a very big concern to us as an establishment team. There is no unit managers at Pollsmoor RDF. There are floor managers, not unit managers, which is also a concern to us. So there is a need to review the post-establishment of RDF. In a center where an HCC is a director, we expect the center coordinators to be deputy directors. But when you go to RDF, you'll find that that center have got 1 director, 1 deputy director, 1 SCO, 1 assistant director, instead of having 3 deputy directors. Units, there's no unit managers. But we have submitted the full report to the Office of the National Commissioner so that they review the post-establishment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the Pollsmoor report on the erroneous and including the stabbing. I think now what to get the, what do you call it, Goodwood, to now respond to. We're still in the house, Hendricks. Head of center, or who's coming from Goodwood, NC?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It will be the regional commissioner and also the head of center.
Okay. To come in.
Good afternoon, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. I will just allude to some, I will respond to some of the matters that came out through the questions from the members of the committee, and then I will hand over to AC Kungune and Ms. Ngele to respond to the issues related to the centers. Mine is just to, there was a question around the perimeter fence of Oudtshoorn. The management area did in fact started with the process of erecting a fence, but due to cost constraints, this project is now on hold. The estimated cost for this is 2 million rand. So far, we did procure 93 meters worth of slabs to erect a fence, but that is now put on hold. But in the interim, we are having measures in place to ensure security. Then also on the Goodwood related matters, I want to just speak perhaps to the issue of the integrated security system, because there was a question around that. On this aspect, I can report that Pollsmoor and Goodwood were previously covered under a maintenance contract for electronic security systems, which expired last year in October. And the scope of that contract was limited to maintenance only and do not include systems upgrades or refurbishments or replacement of obsolete equipment. As a result, my office has issued or submitted a memo to the Office of the National Commissioner 2 weeks ago, requesting functional approval for the inclusion of the 6 Western Cape correctional centres in the integrated security system tender to be advertised in February this year by the Independent Development Trust. The memo was approved this week and sent back to us, and we are now submitting this memo for procurement and contract management to include the Western Cape in the tender and allocation of funds. And through this tender, the upcoming integrated security system tender, this presents for us an opportunity to address all ISS challenges. With regard to the two-way radios, how it works is that National Office, we participate in IT3 contract, RT contract, and security equipment are procured via that contract. So the region did submit our needs for, amongst others, two-way radios. But the current status is that most of our correctional centres do have two-way radios, whilst others did report shortages, and those needs were submitted to National Office. Then with regards to the shortages of staff that keep coming up, it's a recurring concern. As at 26 January, the report for filling of vacancies in the Western Cape, we are making significant strides in filling these posts. I noted on the report, for example, with regards to centre-based posts, almost 100 such posts are at various stages of the interview process. So we hope to fill these posts by March, 1st March. We also see a progress on the personality suitability checks, which used to cause delays. Then, without saying much about the deaths of the remand detainees to which the chairperson is referred, Mr. Ngele perhaps can add if there is anything. But the report that I have received from the area commissioner from Goodwood revealed that the death of Gershwin Marx was deemed as a natural death, and the one relating to Warren Adonis, who succumbed in October last year. The causes of death is currently unknown, but the AC did report that the RD previously was admitted with previous abdomen operations, and again once he was admitted to Tygerberg, there was a similar procedure performed at the time. So at current, we did not receive any reports confirming whether there were poison was involved or not. Once we receive confirmation of this, an investigation will have to be instituted should reports reflect this. At current, we are following up with the Department of Health because the autopsy reports are still outstanding. And for us to refer the matter in terms of Section 15(1) of the Correctional Services Act for an inquest to subs, we have to receive an autopsy report to define or clearly specify what were the causes of death. So that is a matter which we are following up on a continuous basis. Then with regard to the discipline, there was also an issue regarding consequence management. More specifically, Quentin Fortuin. The last report received on this matter was that there currently is a disciplinary hearing in progress. The last appearance was last year in December. The matter was not postponed. No postponement date was provided. And we need to get clarity from the disciplinary hearing initiated to understand what transpired there. But what I can suspect happened is that there might be a splitting of the charges, and then the disciplinary chairperson is awaiting some written arguments from the parties, and he will then on that basis proceed to set down a date for the matter to proceed. There was also a concern that our disciplinary process are very time consuming and not reaching finality. I want to just caution to say that once we have time frames within which to investigate a matter, and once that investigation has been concluded, and the matter has reached the process now of a disciplinary hearing, we as the employer don't have much control over the duration of this matter because of various procedural and legal aspects that also plays a role in the fairness of these matters. So there might be various delays over which we have no control. I would just like to caution everyone on that. With regards to the shooting incident, Mr. Ngele can provide further details, as well as on the issue of the stretchers. Upon my visit to Goodwood recently, I verified for myself whether or not we do have the stretchers in the center, and I confirmed that I went through the center and I can confirm that the stretchers are there now. And it is placed in various units within the correctional center.
When did you go to the Goodwood RC?
I was there also yesterday. I was having a meeting with the AC and I asked her to see these.
When you confirmed the stretchers are
stretchers.
in all units, when was that?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay.
Yeah, that is insofar as some of the matters arising from the questions from the members, Chairperson. I will hand over to AC Pollsmoor and Mr. Ngele to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Commissioner. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and the members of the Portfolio Committee. Good afternoon to the Minister of Correctional Services, the Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, members of GICS, and all members of the Portfolio Committee and my colleagues, my Regional Commissioner. Good afternoon. The issues of Pollsmoor, most of them have been responded to. However, as the Area Commissioner at Pollsmoor, I do just want to mention that we have taken note of the investigations and also the previous engagements with the committee, as well as also the observations in the management area. At the moment, we are trying to do everything in our power to put systems in place to ensure that One, the systems that have been put by the team are enhanced and are maintained. Hence, I think I have mentioned previously that when the team started with the training, we agreed that rather than training the teams only at RDF, we rather have training taking place with the entire management area. We are also looking at how we are managing the privileges of the offenders, especially the shops, as already mentioned also by Mr. Mashaba, and also the movement of the offenders in and out of the facility. We do wish that at a certain point we are going to engage SAPs, because I think morning and afternoon there's a lot of movement of RDs in and out of our facilities. But with the systems that currently are in place, the movement is now controlled. We are also monitoring the assistance that we also got from head office. And I must mention, Chairperson, that we have a newly appointed head of center whom we have set with also with a team so that we can be able to look at all the issues that are taking place. From my side, my office will also be monitoring and also making sure that the disciplinary processes are taking place, notwithstanding what RC has just mentioned, in line with the prescribed timelines. We are happy with the training that has been done, specifically also with regard to how the offenders must be charged and also the officials, how they are supposed to be charging the offenders. The issue of the scanners will assist us a great deal to make sure that we've got enhanced systems in terms of controlling also the contrabands that are coming into our facilities. I think for now, for us from Pollsmoor is to make sure that monitoring is being done on a continuous basis and we assess continuously. I must mention, Chairperson, that we are also, we have reviewed actually the staffing specifically with RDF over and above filling the vacancies that are there already in existence. We also do want to get the staffing establishment of Pollsmoor RDF and all the other correctional facilities reviewed so that we can make sure that we've got sufficient hands to manage the circumstances that we find ourselves in, particularly the issue of overcrowding, because RDF continues to be overcrowded and we have currently to make do with the resources that we have. I think I will pause the Chairperson for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, AC, but I'm just worried with your submission with the RC of wanting scanners. Isn't that supposed to be done when you have your meetings, your operations meetings on additional scanners if you don't have scanners? I'm worried when you are saying this to us, and we are the ones that are constantly, when we go to your facilities, asking why there is no scanners. And now it's
No, I'm saying, Chairperson, we have made submissions. Hopefully with a new upcoming budget, we will get the money to procure them. They will also assist us to enhance the management of contrabands in our facilities.
okay.
Thank you.
I was worried. Head of center, sit somewhere, smuggle yourself somewhere where there is a mic. There's a seat there next to Ngumalo. There's a seat there next to the National Commission. I wouldn't advise you sit next to the commissioner. Sit next to Ngumalo. Yeah, no. It might be career limiting, so you are fine there.
Honorable Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, members of the committee and colleagues at large, protocol observed. Afternoon once again, Chair. From my side, Chair, I'm gonna focus on the shooting incident that took place in Goodwood as to what actually happened there. The incident took place on the 30th of September 2025. And the name of that member was booked. There was Mr. Sangoni, who was working first watch. Upon arrival for duties, in fact, what happened that day, he reported late for duties. And as a head of center, or in terms of policies of DCS, we can't leave the center if the one of the first watch members didn't arrive. So I was reported that he's not yet at work. So I phoned him as to say where he is. He reported to me that he was at the access control. If I may create a visual picture of access control in Goodwood, that's next to the regional office, the first entrance. He booked himself there. Then I said, according to policies of ETCS, that is a serious transgression, because as and when you report for duty, you must report to the center so that you can be issued with proper security equipment so that you can execute your duties. So I phoned him to report to the center. Moreover to that, in terms of departmental policies, any equipment, be it radio, firearm, whatever the case might be, should be signed authentically at arsenal control, by arsenal controllers. So we even said at the security meeting, when I took over Goodwood in 2023, I said with my managers to deal with security matters. And part of that was that we needed to change the strategy. Gone are the days whereby firearm equipment, any equipment will be signed without any proper control. We need to centralize everything. And that's when I realized that Usangoni is breaching what we have agreed. Not agreed in the security meeting, that's what the policy says. Then he came and signed for the firearm equipment, including the firearm with a registration number of TQ 114715. Signed by him and approved by a member in charge, guided by a Firearm Control Act, which stipulates that head of center, member in charge, and other senior managers which are dealing with security matters are allowed to issue and approved permits, which was the case of Mr. Sangoni. Then he went to his post at the arsenal control, and at the arsenal control they were booked 2, of which he left his post without reporting to the member in charge. Because according to law, anyone who's must report to the member in charge of the post. That's what the police says again. Then the member was booked with him. They reported that the member is nowhere to be found. It was reported to me. Then immediately I went to the gate to see myself, and indeed he was not there. I then immediately informed my area commissioner of the situation. Then I took a car accompanied by some of my colleagues to Goodwood Police Station to report the matter that one of our members who was booked duty at an access control gate has left the post unattended with a state firearm. And they wanted that it should be made in an entry as such. I think 20 minutes after, one of my colleagues informed me that Usangoni has been seen at Delft in a shooting spree to his girlfriend. And we rushed. I said they must rush to Delft to assess the situation, and only to find out it was confirmed that that incident took place at Delft Police Station. So the matter had to be undergo ballistic evidence to prove that indeed that firearm that I've already mentioned was indeed the one that was used, and it's confirmed as such per documentary evidence now. And I've got a copy of that document here coming from a Delft Police Station. But maybe if you chair, maybe one day we'll need it, from your office will be able to submit, Chair. Then, as correctional services now processes that we had to do, a mock report was written, which we furnished to the office of the regional commissioner, signed by my area commissioner. Then it goes up to our leader, our national commissioner. Then processes inside, a preliminary investigation was conducted for a temporary fact finding, which led that there was prima facie evidence that the member was at wrong. Then a full investigation should be conducted. An investigator was appointed by the name of Mr. Ngagi, who conducted that investigation. In the midst of conducting the investigation, the member, Mr. Sangoni, investigation was conducted. Then he got off sick, and he returned the 25th of November 2025, and immediately we contemplated him with a suspension on the same day as an ideal correctional officer who acted outside the ambit of the Correctional Services Act should be contemplated with a suspension. Then the 28th of November he was suspended. After suspension, he has been off sick, Chair, from the 8th of December 2025 till today. And according to the sick certificate, he will return to work on 9 February 2026. Then, Forensic Department at Plattekloof, I've already mentioned that they confirmed that that is the firearm that has been used, which is TQ 114715. So those are actions that we've taken against the member. But subsequent to that, because it was a unique incident, now we have to go back to the drawing board as to say what we then do going forward to avoid similar situations. We said then operational support and a divisional head security, including myself, we have tasked ourselves that each shift, especially these members that are working outside correctional services, meaning access control gates, that we need to monitor and they must report it to us directly, and we need, without fail, per day to go and ensure that they are in their respective posts. So that's the first one, Chair. Then the second one, Chair, which is I don't know whether should I continue, but I'm trying to make it a repetition because I think RC has already mentioned it of unnatural deaths, Chair. So I'll take that point has been dealt with. Then the stretchers, Chair. Also, she has mentioned it and confirmed.
Head of center.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a stretcher over here mentioning it. Why did you lie to the portfolio committee the last time you were here to say there are stretchers in all units, and when we arrived there were no such?
Okay.
Talk to that.
Okay, no. Let me talk to that, Chair. Chair, maybe to remind the committee that on that particular day, the issue...
You want us to play the clip?
No, there's no need, Chair. I can recall. On that particular day, Chair, what happened was that upon my reporting, the issue from a lady that was sitting from that chair who was saying that as Goodwood, we have unlawfully acted in an inhumane manner by carrying somebody on a blanket. Now, first of all, I had to report to that by first apologizing to say that incident was indeed an inhumane way. However, Chair, be it that any situation, the bone of contention was that the person was carried with a blanket, which was that on its own inhumane. Now, coming to the issue of his stretchers, it was an oversight maybe from myself, Chair, but that literally didn't mean that we didn't have stretchers.
Head of center,
Yes, ma'am.
you are agreeing that you misled the portfolio committee on stretchers. Just answer to that. Don't tell us it was inhumane, what. Because of the argument was that Quentin Fortain was carried through a blanket, and your argument was that there are stretchers in all units. Hence, I asked you, do you want us to play a clip? Because even the last time we were at Goodwood doing the unannounced, I asked you that. Do you want us to play the clip now? And you still said no, because we do have the clip. We are not making insinuations that are not true. You said there are stretchers here. That's why the first thing when we got there was to ask for stretchers. Did we find stretchers?
Can I answer, Chair?
Did we find stretchers when we arrived there?
Yes, Chair.
We find how many stretchers?
There was, Chair, on your unannounced visit in Goodwood, you said to us, let's go.
We found how many stretchers? Answer to questions, don't explain.
You
How
get-
many stretchers did we find
You
when
get-
we got to Goodwood?
You get a stretcher, Chair, at hospital. Then you said, let's go to G6, where you said, let us not go there by ourselves.
Specifically, how many stretchers did you get? Because I tasked you to look for stretchers. You got how many? One, which was placed where? Please speak to the mic. Ms. Sowers.
Thanks, Chair. I saw one stretcher in one of the units. I don't know what the number is.
Okay, thank you so much. That's the issue of stretchers. And when we asked, there was a HR person, is it HR or procurement? Matabat, who came and explained to us the process of, and all of that. What was the intention of that guy taking us through that HR procurement process if you had stretchers?
Okay, the reason there, Chair, of the guy, one, we needed to understand that some of the stretchers are outdated and very old, Chair.
Why didn't you show us, Gay Head of Center, the outdated old stretchers?
Chair, maybe in that context, we didn't think that we needed to show you that one. But we had old and outdated stretchers. Now, coming to the procurement processes, Chair, you could do it, Chair, if I may cite a
Honourable
scenario.
Chair. Sir.
Yes, Minister.
No. I want to say to the official, don't try to play with words. You're in the portfolio committee now. You must give straight answers. The question was, how many stretchers? You said all the units have it. Why didn't you then explain? Some was not serviceable or whatever the case may be. The question is, why didn't you then explain the situation when you were asked about it? Be frank, be open, and be straightforward. I can, as minister, not tolerate that you come here and you come with words. The people sitting there, you've just heard, the Honourable Sokopa, he's been in DCS himself. Don't try to tell stories, be straightforward. And I'm doing this now. It's not my custom to speak loud about officials in the portfolio committee. But in this portfolio committee, I am the representative. I'm the minister who actually answers. And I will not tolerate that officials come and playing with words. If you're in the wrong, then you apologize and you give the correct and real facts. National Commissioner, you understand what I say and why I'm saying that? And I want further steps on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Head of Centre, how many unnatural deaths have occurred in the past 3 years in Goodwood?
Okay, Chair. The unnatural deaths in Goodwood in 2023-2024 were at 0. Then in 2024-2025 we had 2, which is Masande Somkaza and Quintin Fortain. Then in 2025, then Quintin Fortain's post-mortem was dealt and finalized it in 2025. Then Umasande, which happened in 2025, became a rollover to 2026. So in essence, Chair, we had 2, 2024, 2025, Then we had 2, 2025, 2026, which is 4. Yes, Chair.
When we got there, I asked Mr. Mtonjeni to take out the pictures on the Arsenal register. That makes an indication that Mr. Sangoni did not sign that book when he received the firearm. And there was an official that came who alluded to it, that indeed Mr. Sangoni did not sign. It's the supervisor that signed. So I want you to say it again so that we can put it under oath, here 1. 2, go back to that official and would request through the Office of the National Commissioner to do an inquiry and investigate on this matter. Because this is what we found, and in your presence, it was indicated when that supervisor came. That guy came to say, Mr. Sangoni did not sign the Arsenal register. That's why the signature that wrote there is not the same as his. Someone else who is the supervisor signed. And I requested the team to take pictures, and which they did. The good thing is that when we did that unannounced, we had a full complement of the team. We had Ms. Sowazi, who's the researcher, we have Mr. Matabata, who was the content advisor, we have Sia, we had Raja, who is the media liaison officer, and we had Mr. Engelbrecht, including the driver that would have driven us there. So I want you to reiterate it again under oath now, to say what you are saying is that Mr. Sangoni signed the register is not actually what we have seen when we did the unannounced.
Chair, in my statement, I said Mr. Sangoni signed a firearm permit in the register with a number of T21114715.
That he signed?
Yes.
Okay. NC, please attend to this matter, because what we have is a contrary of what the head of center is saying. And the committee secretary will furnish you with the pictures and a bit of a video that we took. And the official, I just forgot the name, perhaps the team will assist you, who's the official in our presence, alluded to say, indeed, Mr. Sangoni did not sign. He was handed over the pistol. Whether the one who was on duty before he left, they did the exchange somewhere, or it was left somewhere, he picked it up and went because of, he was at duty, I think at the gate, is at the gate. He was supposed to mend the gate, Mr. Sangoni. So please attend to it and keep the portfolio committee updated on the matter. If you want a handsack in terms of the recording, we'll provide you where he does affirms that he did sign. So we got all the responses from, everyone responded. Okay, thank you so much. Members, any follow-ups?
Greetings once more, Chair.
I will forget you. You are too soft.
Greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the National Commissioner, and everyone in the House again. There was a question from Honorable Gaza about whether or not we are leaving the Triple P contractors unaccountable on the issues and incidents that occur within the time period of the concession contract. And the answer to that is no. In terms of the Mangaung Correctional concession contract, we do have schedules in the contract that addresses the issue of penalties. In terms of the concession contract of the MCC, we have Schedule M, which deals with fixed penalties as well as variable penalties. So in this case of Mpho Mkumbeni, the issue of unnatural death falls under fixed penalties, which is why we are able to always give the quantum in terms of the penalties that they are supposed to be held accountable for. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Members, any follow-ups? Honorable Sokopo, Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to clear one or two things. And I think myself and
The mic.
Mr. Mashaba, we've agreed that there was no radio where the incident took place. And he further says there was a radio, but out of the 4 people, the 3rd person left with the radio. And that is not in terms of how it's supposed to be. So that, because both them and the gentleman at the back, they create when they respond, and Mr. Mashaba says maybe it's English, as if when we raise these things that we are raising, either we create something that does not exist. So I just thought I must correct it, that when the incident took place, there was no radio. And if there was a radio and a person have left the unit with the radio, that was wrong. There was no radio. At least that we must be clear on. To say later, actually the person who left, you see there are 4 people that we're talking about. He spoke about one, and he says, actually the 3rd one, is the one that left with the train. And he has said nothing about the 4th one that was found at access control with no anything that says what are the consequences of that man, the 4th one. There were 4 officials. What about the official that was found at the access? What disciplinary process was there? Nothing. But he comes, you see, my challenge, Chair, is that the report that we got in Pollsmoor from the investigation team, there is a slight of a change to what is here today. And I want to go to Oudtshoorn. In Oudtshoorn, we were told, whilst we were there, that 2 cells, cell 5 or cell 6, 5 or 6 were the cells that were searched. Today, I'm now given as if I'm hallucinated, and says actually it was 2 units, full units. So that will then justify this wrongdoing of having 92 police officers if it was 2 units that was said. And my question would have been follow that. The report itself says then it have created ukuthi something is going to happen in that cell 4, cell 5. And I remember that cell, it's at the corner. So how did why would that somebody have that in mind? Because if it's 2 units, me who have worked in Oudtshoorn, I can then tell you it's almost the whole prison that was searched. Because that prison is small. So if you said you have searched where we were, in fact, I've worked there for a long time in that very same unit. So if it was 2 units, then the whole prison was searched. Because the other one that was supposed to be searched then would have been the RDs. I'm sure they've changed. I've just thought, from what we have taken from them, then in Pollsmoor and in Oudtshoorn, and what is said today, there is some change. And I think even if it's preliminary and now final, there can't be such drastic change on it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sokopo. Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 points that I want to raise. The first one is a clarification. I said very clearly to you that we are happy with the actions that are being taken in terms of bringing criminal charges against some of the officials at Mangaung prison. What I said was that I would like to see similar action being taken against officials in the other instances. And we mustn't use the various disciplinary hearings as a cover-up. My second concern is the issue of suicides. There are many instances where people have tried to commit suicide, but they have not succeeded. So they show that they have now a kind of approach that they want to commit suicide. And there are some instances where other prisoners would tell you this person wants to commit suicide. Now, is it adequate to simply say, I'm going to put this person amongst other prisoners and they must watch? I don't think so. I think the important issue is that you need to put such persons on a proper official suicide watch. And if you fail to do so, it will be dereliction of duty. Then with regards to the two matters of Pollsmoor prison, the incident that happened inside the prison, where the officials were attacked, and where there were some of the inmates that lost their lives. The report that we received there, and the reports that we now subsequently get, and I agree with my colleague, have differences. This concerns me, because I'm getting a situation where the story is being adjusted in order to suit the circumstance that you are faced with here. That is with regards to that particular one. On the issue of the escape, because it was not some kind of erroneous release, the escape. Do you want to tell me that after Mr. Ndaba impersonated Mr. Mchiswa and managed to get out, and you still have Mr. Mchiswa in the prison, you then release him on the 18th of September 2025 without asking for a statement? And then you come to us today with straight faces and say, look, now that Mr. Mchiswa is out, we're trying to find him to get a statement. Honestly, it is dereliction of duty, if it is that, whether it is not deliberate mismanagement. And please, these kind of misrepresentations and this kind of situation mustn't come and be presented to us, because then I feel that you are keeping us for Popeyes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Niehaus. I think to add to your last sentiments, in which I said, it's just a coincidence that inmate Daba impersonate Machiza, who is going to appear to court, and eventually his court matters gets released. So he knew that that is what is going to happen, because that can be a coincidence. What if Machiza is facing a murder charge or a rape charge, and on that particular day was going to be sentenced? So I'm saying inmate Ndaba would have taken a risk to impersonate someone who might be sentenced for many years in prison. So hence I said we should find out whether it was the first appearance of Machiza in court. If it's not, then there is more to the story. There is definitely more to the story. Then it means also that equally was not an escape. It was an escape that is assisted by officials. So it was a planned process, from taking out from the cells to temporarily putting on those holding cells, when tomorrow you get to be accounted for to go to court. Because there is no way that we are on the line to verify whether I'm Khomoto, but then I turn and don't go and verify. And I get to be put in the in the back. I don't know what do they call it, that SAPS, long base. Ikutukutu. Oh, it traumatizes me. So you get to be put in it, you get to arrive in court, you stand on the bench, and as a judgment gets handed over to a wrongfully person. So there's more to this thing. So, and would request you to find out, because of, you would have that sheet. Every time you get an inmate, you have that paper from the court that makes an indication, attended, and the reason this person is being sent to a facility is on the basis of this charge. Perhaps it will assist us, whether there is a need for you guys as the department to poke further on this or not. My follow-ups are on the Western Cape. I'm not sure, NC and Minister, whether are you indirectly putting the Western Cape under administration or not? Because if I listened to both speak, I think there's where the Minister made mention of a commission. The National Commissioner speaks of all investigations and DC processes to be done in the national office. And that's ultimately taking the prerogative of the regional office to deal with those matters. Are we not in a way putting the region under administration? And kindly take us through why do we have decided to do that? Perhaps would have an appreciation. We're not responded to on the outer, and this is the reason again, it would have been ideal for the area commissioner to have been here to attend to this. In responding whether, what was the purpose of having that large delegation from SAPS a day before the incident? And did it yield any results that was intended to? I've not been responded to it. Because of all responses, I've been putting the responses on the side. And here it's not there. And I think the area commissioner would have been, or the head of center, being people who would be able to respond, or the second in command, if was advised to come, to be able to take us through what actually was the reason to request SAPS with that huge delegation to come and do the search. Perhaps there was a reason why for that. And this, okay, the death of the Goodwood is still unknown, the autopsy. How long does it take to get an autopsy report? Does it take longer?
I think it's difficult to give a specific time, but it's not in our hands. It's the forensics and all those people. Say again? Yeah, yeah, it's depend on them.
Okay. I think we'll examine that. But I think the RC would have indicated that, spoken to issues of poison. If there was an indication, if the inmates were poisoned, and then they would have followed through and they are waiting and all. How do you make that distinction when you have not taken samples for food tasting? You are waiting for the autopsy report to tell you whether it was food poison or not. If the autopsy report does not come, how long did it take for the Thabo Bester one? I think almost a year for that autopsy report to come, for them to be able, jigs, to alert that in actual fact, that is not Thabo Bester who would have burned in the cell. So we're saying we're going to wait for a year again, if indeed that autopsy report says it was poison. What is the point of having food samples if we're not using them?
Just a correction.
No, no, no,
Chairperson.
no, no.
You
no.
mentioned, you made reference to
No,
poison.
no, RC. No. That's not how we work. You listen to all follow-ups. When we're done, we hand it over to the minister, then he makes his input, then there will be a delegation from the National Commissioner on how you're going to respond. That's how it works here. There are protocols. Let's adhere to them. This is a comment, but we can turn it also into a question. And perhaps you would be able to respond. Did we have to get an incident in Pollsmoor to put systems in place? Did we have to have an incident, the erroneous release, for all 3,000 RDs to be captured in the system? Why didn't that have to happen on a normal operating process? Why did we have to wait for incidents to happen to formulate systems? Separation of the old and the new, and then the young, and all those systems, capturing them in the system. We appreciate the intervention team you have sent, National Commissioner, for putting these systems in place and to try and stabilize the facility. But did we have to have the intervention team come? And I think when we're in Pollsmoor, we further made a recommendation, National Commissioner, when we went for the second time, that perhaps what is good about your systems as DCS is that when you get appointed, you then get to be appointed to be put in a facility. You can be moved around. When are you going to explore a situation of moving officials in Pollsmoor? Because of sometimes staying too long in one space creates some of these things, because of you now know the system better. Even in your sleep, you can respond to it. So perhaps you will assist us on that. Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me start with what you said. No, we don't have to wait for an incident. In terms of the systems, you're quite right. The fact is, there are systems, and what we should do is we should learn from incidents to improve the system. And I think if we look at the reports and the recommendations, well, let's go to the findings. You will find that there are officials who did not follow the correct procedures. There are many questions about the 94 members of the South Africa Police Services, and that's part of the findings that said why was that not questioned. So the findings are there. So to answer it quite straightforward, no, we must not wait for incidents. We can only learn from incidents to improve. Your question on whether the Western Cape is under administration, it depends what we see as under administration. The National Commissioner can also respond, but he intervened and he brought in some new people, management side in the Western Cape, if I understand it specifically. Am I correct, National Commissioner? Yes. To see that we can sort out. We must be honest towards each other, Honourable Chair. I personally, and if I is what I'm going to say, I do not reflect on all officials. In correctional services, we have about, say, at least 97% of our officials are hardworking people, honest people. But we have, say, about 3%, which they are corrupt. And specifically when it comes to the gangs. And can I say the hard criminals? They make use of this corruption and corrupt officials. And we have a duty to stamp that out. But unfortunately, I also don't want to always say, but it's a process, it's a process. The process are taking too long. But under administration, no, it's not really under administration. I said I'm going to appoint an independent body. I said commission. Later my commissioner said, maybe it's a panel. I said, what's the difference? It's only semantics. But they must investigate and identify the problems we experience. And if I talk about the Western Cape, we know there are I call it the hotspots. It's like, for instance, Pollsmoor. The incidents already happened. And then they must come, and I said, independent, I call it a commission, so that they can come forward with proposals, how to improve it. If we have, and I do believe that they will come forward to see how we can improve our systems, as far as that is concerned. And what you said about the escape, I think this is a good example of it's not only correctional services, and you've put your finger on it, Honourable Chair. It started with correctional services, where certain officials didn't do their work and their job. But then I also asked myself the question, what happens at the court? There should control to ensure that it is the correct person appearing there. And what I'm hearing is dangerous, you know. Tomorrow they pretend it's you or me, and then maybe we will be found guilty, and then we go to jail. So it's totally unacceptable. But why I'm using the example is that it is further than correctional services, and we must look at that whole system. It includes the police, it includes justice. I mean, the prosecutor, he or she plays a major role to ensure that you've got the right person, as far as that is concerned. I take note of what the Honourable Nehaus has said. I understand what you mean, similar criminal charges in our other facilities where we have similar sort of, can I say, contraventions? Contravening, it's true, we can do that. I hear about the suicide, proper suicide watch. It's a good idea, although it should have very good checks and balances. In my short time, I didn't really know criminals because I'm trying to walk a straight line. But in my very short time, I realized that criminals, you must be very careful. Firstly, the first thing normally they tell you when you visit them in our centers, they will tell them, please, you must do something because I'm innocent. I'm not supposed to be here. If you should ask them, do you have any complaints? All of them will have many complaints. But we should have a system checking at it, I agree. But just now, everybody suddenly wants to commit suicide because then they get special treatment. You understand what I mean by that? I think the rest is actually, I spoke about the escape. And through you, Honourable Chair, I can, if you want to ask the DM first and then the National Commissioner, then they can give more specifics if we want more specifics on the follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. DM?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think in terms of the issues that were not responded to, some of them, the Minister tried to deal with those. And when we started, you said you don't want follow-up report that will come. But seated here and listening to ourselves as the department, really our report still needs further cleaning. I would not, Chair, want to break your stance in terms of saying you are not going to go and clean and submit further report, but I think that it needs further refining, cleaning, because there was preliminary report and this report just concluded by the end of January. Today is the 3rd of what? The 3rd of February. I think the National Commissioner should be given also that space again maybe to sit down and then come back to myself and the minister, sit down with us and cleaning the report, because what you are hearing seated here also as part of DCS to say what our investigators are saying vis-a-vis those data operational in the facility, it needs to be consolidated, and we must not cover up issues. We must just lay them bare as they are, so that we report accurately and honestly so. So that would be my plea, Chair, because where I'm seated, I'm defeated by the presentation from Goodwood. I'm defeated from what the RC has done. I'm defeated, Chair, because when we are given opportunity to respond to specific issues, that has not been done. And the minister had to put a firm hand on that. I think if we are being allowed through you, Chair, and the minister, to go and do that behind closed doors and do that thing, and then we come back, because surely I'm not happy also seated here. I cannot say this is the best report that would have produced, but I think it touches life, it's sensitive, it needs us to be accurate and give all the other issues. Where was the other one? In court, how did this thing play out? So that seated here, all of us were convinced that we're delivering a report that covers all the aspect, because some of the blind spot, we did not pick it up, and yet also our team has picked that up, so that as we come back, it is a matter that is covered. That would be my submission, Chair. Thank you.
National Commissioner. I'm defeated on his behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, Minister and Deputy Minister. I want to confirm, Chair, on record that I will look into the issue of Goodwood, the investigation around the shooting, and also the issue of the autopsy for the second inmate. We normally have problems with SAPS, especially. Okay, let me put it this way, Honorable Chairperson. Any death that is not natural is reported to SAPS for investigation. That's a standard practice, even if it's a suicide. Even if we see an offender, in that state, the police come and we secure the scene. So we normally struggle with getting autopsy reports, but I will ensure that we get the report. I normally interact with my counterparts at SAPS for those reports to come through where there is a delay. This one I was not aware of. I will attend to it, but I will just attend to the issues on Goodwood, as the Honorable Chairperson indicated. And then, yes, the suicide watch, the minister has responded to that. The investigation reports, when we receive them in my office, we take them through a number of iterations. If we were to present to the committee the first version of the report that one received, and we look at that version against what was the final one now, it would show the kind of work that we did. The investigators, actually, remember that I called a meeting. There's a record of that virtual meeting, where I said to them, we went with the portfolio committee. We were on the ground with the portfolio committee in Oudtshoorn. Your report cannot talk to something else. Because I had to raise that caution, because I could see that the draft that we were dealing with at that time was not adequate. So with investigations, that's what one does as the National Commissioner, to say, no, let's be factual, let's put everything in the investigation. Because sometimes investigators would summarize and don't become pointed, specific on information. I push by all means to make sure that our investigations, any little detail must be in that report, because that is the basis on which we will be able to act. So I thought I must just give that example, Chair, That's what we do. So I want to admit that we'll have to go back again and look at the reports, especially on the issue that was raised by Honorable Sokopo on the search. One cell vis-a-vis 2 units. It was 2 units. Even when I went there, before the portfolio committee went, that is exactly what I was taken through. It was 2 units. And then on the issue of the number, the subs number, there was a request for a specific number. If I'm not mistaken, it's 45, but then 92. And that's why we are holding the area commissioner responsible, because at that point, it means that your search security plan changes. So you need to do something. And a search or any operation in a security setup is under the most senior. I conduct searches. I am responsible for that search. Anything goes wrong, I must answer as the national commissioner. So once the area commissioner put herself in the search, let me put it that way, she then became the commander of that search. And that's why the report is pointing at the responsibility that she was supposed to exercise. The reason why we brought an intervention team at Pollsmoor is because these systems were not in place. And yes, the minister has treated the matter. And the reason why we are saying that there is a need for us to stabilize Western Cape is twofold. The first one is the fact that the gang activity in the Western Cape requires special attention, given the incidents that we are seeing in our correctional facilities. And Mr. Mashaba gave a little bit of information on that. And I was indicating to him also during the break that it might not be ideal for us to get into more details, given the fact, the nature of the meeting itself. Secondly, it's because of these types of practices where our officials are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And that's why we need to then have a team that will intervene in the Western Cape. We're not putting it under administration, Honorable Chairperson. And yes, we will have to also look into implementing what the minister has pronounced with regards to getting an independent team that would then assist us to even process the disciplinary steps that come out of these reports. But they are not only going to focus on that, they're going to also focus on what are the improvements that needs to be done and to make sure that those improvements are done. The issue of rotation, Honorable Chairperson, is noted. Pollsmoor did not have an area commissioner. It did not have a head of remand center when all these things were happening. Officials were acting, and I'm not giving an excuse. What I'm simply saying is that now we have an area commissioner. Now we have a head of center appointed. So those are the improvements that we are doing in our correctional facilities to make sure that at least we appoint officials. We do not have correctional facilities that continue to run, to be run by those that are in acting capacity. We want to erode that and have permanent appointments done. That's what one can say, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, DM. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, National Commissioner. So you have wrapped everything up. I like how you were demonstrating it. Yeah, I think, members, you don't want another bite, ne? You are fine. Yeah, but we are we're managing ourselves. Look, I think we didn't finish what we're supposed to have entered into on a number of issues. We're not thoroughly responded to on certain issues because of the people that's supposed to be giving us those details are not here. Why they were conducting the searches, whether it yielded the results, the post-incident review by both the head of the center and the area commissioner. I think on the erroneous release, we all agree in this meeting that it was not. It was actually an escape, but we are actually even further giving the department another probe to it, whether it's an escape or it was a concerted effort to take the inmate out. And that would have been done by officials of DCS first and later by the justice system in court. So that we leave it to yourselves. You will update the portfolio committee. Once you have gotten all the paperwork that comes from court with regards to Mr. Machiza, whether he was appearing to court for the first time. If he's not, I think you need to further probe on the matter. And if it is, we can say it's coincident, even though there's nothing coincident in this process. On unnatural death, there is just lack of supervision that the department, on the department side, and delays in handling cases. We understand that once the process goes to the DC process, it takes time, as Minister would have indicated. But where a matter lies within your jurisdiction, let's expedite that process. It can be that disciplinary processes take a year or even more to be completed. And in this instance, you made an indication that you stand at 39. So you should prioritize and finalize these cases. Perhaps the next time we call you on investigation, you will make an indication that they are concluded, and perhaps you would be speaking on new cases that you would get. It's good that we got a confirmation from the Regional Commissioner of Western Cape that the 11 stretchers are deployed in all relevant units in the facility. I did say this to the head of center, that it's unfortunate that Goodwood is just next to where we sleep as members of parliament. Because of where we stay in the parliamentary village, it's in Goodwood. So literally it's 10 minutes away from us. And that's why we're able to do an unannounced. So I'm saying this on the basis that you must not be shocked again. You get members of the portfolio committee rocking up in Goodwood. That's the unfortunate part of having a center just 10 minutes away from where members are residing. And we had taken a decision as the portfolio committee that the oversight that will be conducted in the Western Cape, it was on the availability basis. It will not be like how we're doing it in other provinces. So as and when we get an opportunity with the parliament program that says it's the committee week, that we need to deal with any outstanding matters. Normally in the committee, we don't have any outstanding matters because we process our things timelessly. When we get that gap, we identify a center in the Western Cape and we'll go and do our own oversight. So I'm saying this, Regional Commissioner, that you must tell your officials that they must always be on the guard that will rock up at any time, either unannounced or announced. The Outeren report will closely monitor the implementation and the recommendations as contained in the report that we received. Because if we do not hear any dissenting view to the report, it means it is taken and it shall be, the recommendations will be implemented. So we are going to closely monitor that, including the Pollsmoor and the Mangaung reports. But on the ERNAS release, we want you to, before you can implement the recommendations, just go probe on that inmate. And then deal with the remedial matters after. And with regards to Mangaung, we are going to have a meeting either before this quarter ends or in the second quarter to get an update on the taking over of the facility, that transitional process, especially with regards to HR matters. Because we've learned when we're in Kutama that there might be hiccups and labor law matters might come into play. So the department should be prepared on it. The investigation team, we appreciate, as indicated, the work that they've done so far and being transparent and honest to the portfolio committee on what the investigations would have revealed. And what we're happy about is that what was a commotion in Pollsmoor last year in November, it's actually a true reflection of what they've indicated in the preliminary report, which was against what the management or the area management team was alluding, including officials in the regional commissioner's office. And it would have actually been good to have those officials would have been here so that we can understand what they were basing their arguments in Pollsmoor on when findings in the report are saying exactly what the investigators are saying. So the investigation team, National Commissioner, must be used as and when there are matters or from time to time, especially in the big 5 correctional facilities. In order to stabilize operations and including this mismanagement on RDs. You will update us on the Goodwood firearm investigation, as you would have indicated, including the unnatural or natural death of the 2 inmates which are still waiting for the autopsy. What we do to the head of Centre of Goodwood is not to be malicious as the portfolio committee, but to expect officials when they come before the portfolio committee to be transparent and honest. If you don't know, you simply say it. I do not want to mislead the committee. I will go back and refer and check the numbers. As the investigation team did when we asked about the A units, how many offenders were in that unit, vis-a-vis the officials on that day when the incident happened. They do not have that stats or that number. They've asked to go back and bring that information. That's all we ask. But you can't come here and mislead the portfolio committee and you think we'll not hold you accountable to it. Once you say things in the portfolio committee, that's how we hold the department, yourselves as officials, accountable to what you would have alluded to. But we can't hold you accountable if you don't know, because we'll wait for that report. And that must be an exercise for everyone. And we must never play with words. We are politicians. You are officials. The scanning machines. You get to correctional facilities that have scanning machines, NC, and you get to be told that, no, it has never worked. But then you get to be told, no, they are working, they just get to be switched off. So that smuggling becomes easier. So I worry whether we are going to procure even further, but those who will be entrusted to operate them, will they do it honestly and transparent? And it's good that Minister acknowledging that they are good officials. And indeed, we've came across good officials. We did an oversight now in Limpopo. Limpopo faces issues of foreign national, which is a high number, and faces overcrowding. And the crux of that overcrowding now lies on RDs because of the festivities. There are infrastructural issues that Public Works must come into play on them. There's issues of water that the whole of Limpopo is facing, which is affecting correctional facilities. But in all honesty, we left there very happy. That for the first time we did an oversight, there are not much issues that we can say to the department, come and account to, like what we have been exposed to in Gauteng, what we have been exposed to KZN, what we have been exposed to in the Eastern Cape. We have not been exposed to, we even got to be worried, these small provinces, it seems everything is properly managed. But the problems is these big provinces. So we should not wait for incidences to happen for us to be able to put systems. System needs to be put in place. And what was good also of Limpopo, we never had a head of center giving us a report. The briefing reports were done, National Commissioner, by the regional commissioner and the area commissioner on all facilities we've been to, except for Kutama, because of that's a triple P. Toyando, medium A, B, juvenile women, Makado, Zanin, Polokwane, including the unannounced visit that was done in Mudimul. The regional commissioner took charge in reporting everything. That tells us that you have a regional commissioner who is grounded, who knows every little incident that happens in facilities. And area commissioners will come and touch in their reporting. There's no head of center who gave us a report. The only time that head of centers came into play is to respond to some of the questions or clarities that members would have requested. But entirely, everything was handled by regional commissioners and area commissioners. If you don't know, you would even think they are head of centers when they are not. Which, for us, it says there are systems that are put in that region. And which makes us wonder why in other regions there are no systems that can be easily traceable, accounted for, if required, from time to time. We are going to have a closed session meeting. What Mr. Mashaba would have taken us through, it was correct, but it was incorrect on the nature of the meeting. Agreeing with you, National Commissioner, because it has a danger of putting himself under threat or to be attacked. So we are going to have a closed session as the portfolio committee, just on this gangsterism in correctional facilities, so that you take the members of the portfolio committee into confidence. I thought gangs that are operating is 26 and 28 Today I'm got inducted to say there are a number of them, and these are their operations. So that we equally, when we speak as members of the portfolio committee, we're informed. Speak on an informed basis, but not on assuming that some of these things that are happening, it's on a basis of negligence and so forth. Because one learned that the incident of Pollsmoor, it equally would have been part of the gang's issues on the ranking, stabbing an official to be ranked and so forth. One would have known that when that incident happened. But if that incident didn't happen, we wouldn't have known that it's a gang-related incident. We would have thought perhaps inmates were aggrieved on something and so forth. But then we got to learn that no, that period was the crowning period of gangs. So we would have a closed session on that. We will then communicate when we'll have that. So these are the submissions that we are putting to the department. And thank you for coming through and for taking us through. Like we indicated, we are fine, but we're not equally fine. And I'm not sure whether we would be fine. But yeah, that's our take on it. DM, any final parting words?
We are stable but critical.
Extremely.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's a learning curve also for ourselves, but also to say how other things should be handled. But here we'll go back to the drawing board as led by the Minister, and we'll come back to the Portfolio Committee even more better. And also going to our officials, because some of them, the exposure towards being here and presenting in the Portfolio Committee, they are not used to, but we'll try and mold them so that how we report, how they conduct themselves, and really taking Parliament and its work, especially Portfolio Committee, that you don't talk things that are not well prepared or are not honest, because you are lying to the Parliament and there's consequences, like the Minister has said. But from our side, we really appreciate, Chair, the long session. But it was indeed necessary that we go through that, especially the first meeting of the year. But yeah, we are stronger now. Thank you.
Our first meetings of the year are normally longer. Even last year were longer. So that's how we are able to train each other. Now we've started working. Yeah, now holidays are over, let's work. Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The DM refers to a long meeting. I'm actually only picking up speed now. I thought we can continue. And if we still continue, it will get cooler inside there. So, no, let me say so, and I said it before many times, and I'm not going to repeat myself, what I just said a bit earlier. We are here to account for what is going on in correctional services. And we are not naive. There are many problems, many. And the only way we can deal with those problems, some people refer to challenges. Let's be straightforward, there are many problems. And together we must work to see how we can solve those problems and come forward with ideas. And I want to reiterate again, specifically from the National Commissioner side. Here in this management team, they are working hard, very hard. When people at Christmas time and New Year's festivities and everything, they worked very hard. And we must appreciate that. But unfortunately, in Afrikaans we always say, daar's 'n paar vrot appels in die kas. Actually meaning bad apples in the case. The bad apples are infecting the other good apples. We must get them out. On the stories, and I call it the stories, and specifically on now Great Escape. In Afrikaans we also say, Daai storie is bietjie te dik vir 'n daalder. That's what it's actually been. I can see the people are smiling there on the other side, but it's true. We do not try to shy away. And if we continue on this way, I am of the belief that we will solve the problems. So from my side, thank you from the side of the Portfolio Committee. Yes, we cannot, of course, we will always have differences. And you've said it very nicely just now, Honourable Chair. You said, we are politicians and you are officials. But always remember, I'm also a politician. Thank you.
That was not meant for you and the DM. You are occupying those seats because of your politicians who are referring to officials, starting from the National Commissioner. They are not politicians. So theirs is administration that talks to a program that as the executive you would have set out, and they need to go on the ground on it. So I was saying this in essence that they must not come to a meeting and become politicians. So they must become administrators. So they deal with facts of what is happening in the department, and if they are unable to respond to it at that particular moment, they need to ask to say, can we come back and go get our stories correct? It's like when a question is asked in Parliament, before you can respond to it, Minister, or send it out, you first check with the administration on how accurate it is. So that's all that we're asking. We're not asking for anyone to come here, put other people under the bus and try to grandstand, no. All we want is transparency that we owe to society and South Africa at large on the work that must be carried out and overseen by the executive authority, which is led by you, Minister, and the Deputy Minister in this instance. Because they are not the ones that are going to account on the work that happens in the department, it's yourselves. So ours was on that basis. I think you said something, Minister, when we were closing, that you trust the National Commissioner on the work that he does or discharges. In this office. And I want to reiterate this, that the ending report. So we're starting the 2026 with one task, which is now the Goodwood one. So there's no outstanding, and what equal one task, which is now the Goodwood one. So there's no outstanding, and what equally that is good is that as the department, there is no outstanding question you owe to Parliament in terms of questions and answer session, which is another good part. From what would have started in the 7th administration in 2024 June, there would have been outstanding questions that the previous executive would not have attended to it. So it was a blessing in the sky that the department was, how do you explain it, was separated. Correctional service was separated from justice, because of justice took a hold of the lot of the chunk of work. In actual fact, 70%, if 80% was justice, and little minimal observation was given to correctional service. But now that is a standalone department, it makes us now to look at the department holistically. And we're saying this is that because we have a target as the Portfolio Committee, that by the time 2029 comes to an end in terms of our term, we must have been to 80% of correctional facilities. And so far we have concluded Limpopo. All facilities in Limpopo, we've concluded them. We are now, if we go to an oversight again, we're going to look at the outstanding regions or provinces we've not been to, which is your Limpopo, your Mpumalanga, your Northwest, Free State, and Northern Cape. So it means 5 provinces we've already done. So once we finish that, I can tell you this year, we're going to finish 3 provinces. Then we'll be left with 1. Then is to go back into big provinces, finish off the facilities that we have not been. So that when we do a handover equally ourselves, it's an informed handover of what we have found and whether there is progress to it, so that those who will be coming are able to take over from it. You want to say something, because I'm wrapping up?
Yes, I object, Honourable Chair. 80% is too low, at least 90%.
90% of 243, is it 243 facilities? That's very high. 90% we might not get to it. We must reach the target. So 80% at least will be able to reach it. But I'm also happy that we had a very good meeting, despite those little tensions there and there, but they're in good faith. They're not personal. What joined us or joins us in the sessions is the work of the department and the work of the portfolio committee. That at the end of the day, what you discharge on a day-to-day basis gets to be accounted for. And this is a body that will hold you accountable of that work. So there is no personal matters on each other. What is good is that from time to time we're able to joke and laugh with each other. It must remain that way. Anything that is personal, it should be taken outside of our meetings. So if we would have stamped on each other's toes, it was not personal. It's on the basis of the work of the portfolio committee. So thank you once again for staying through from 9:30 up until now, 4:05, dealing with matters. Anything that is outstanding, kindly let's make sure that it reaches the portfolio committee. Modimo le badimo ba nne le lena, and ba letele pele, ba le dire ka go loka, so that then we can converge again next time to be able to be accountable to one another. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.